The challenger has taken the lead in the World Chess Championship match with only 3 games to go. The world champion Ding Liren, he has to make a comeback. And today, he has the white pieces. Get ready for Game 12.
Okay, this is very brave from Ding. He wants to capture the pawn and prevent the counterplay at the same time.
This looks absolutely fantastic for Gukesh. And now, is he piling up the pressure?
And Gukesh captures the knight. It's over. It was a free knight, a blunder, and Ding resigns. It's game over.
Wow. Game 11. It gave us everything. Ambition, time trouble, blunders, great moves, action. And eventually, Gukesh won the game to take the lead in the World Chess Championship match. And in our studio here in Oslo, as always, we have 3 excellent experts to guide you through Game 12. And Grandmaster Ludvig, have you calmed down? Are you ready again after the drama yesterday?
Yeah, I have, but at the same time, I'm expecting more drama today because the win here for Gukesh has really changed up the dynamic in the match, and now we're going to see some exciting games moving forward.
Yeah. Next to Ludvig is Grandmaster Simon Williams for Ding today. With the white pieces, 1 point down in the match, what do you expect from him?
Well, he's got to go for it. I mean, there's nothing else he can do. Probably yesterday's result was the best result in a way to get an exciting last 3 rounds. Because so far, Ding with the white pieces has been playing very cautiously. But he can't play cautiously anymore. He's got 2 whites to go, and he's got to win a game. So today, perfect opportunity to bounce back. So more fireworks expected.
Love it. And then Woman FIDE Master Mod, yesterday we saw some massive thinking pauses. Gukesh at some point thinking for 1 hour. And today we have to see ambition from Ding. What kind of a game do you expect today?
I don't expect any more 1 hour thinking breaks. I think both of the players are a little bit rattled by their own usage of time yesterday. But I do expect that Ding is going for the win. And I do remember that he said at the press conference that he won his 12th game against Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces in a situation he had to win. So Ding is good when he's under pressure. Actually very good under time pressure as well. So we'll see. I think Ding will try to strike back pretty immediately.
Wow. That is such a good point. Ding has been down in matches before 3 times when he became world champion in 2023. And he made a comeback in Game 12 a year ago as well when he became world champion. But in the recap yesterday with Magnus Carlsen, he said he thinks it's more likely that this will make Ding crumble. And that maybe we will see now 2 wins for Gukesh. What do you think about this topic, Ludvig?
I agree. I think the World Championship could be decided today.
Wow.
Ding having to go for the win will also create chances for Gukesh. And in the latter part of the match, it's always been Gukesh who was creating chances for himself, whereas in the first half, Ding actually had, I would say, the upper hand. So I think Ding could crumble, but either way, he needs to be more aggressive in his approach. And regardless of whether Ding manages to strike back like he did last year, or whether he crumbles and Gukesh gets a second one in a row, both of those scenarios are fine with us because it's going to lead to exciting play. And it's going to be a really good watch for the semi-neutral viewers.
Exactly. Like us here in Oslo. Simon, you've done your fair share of chess boxing. You're a chess boxing champion. Incredible stuff. You won a title this summer, actually. And if you were now in Ding's corner and you would have to just pump him up for the final 3 games of the World Chess Championship match, he has to make a comeback. What would you tell him? What does he need to hear right now?
Well, I think his second, one of his famous seconds, he's obviously got team, but Richard Report, who he works with, very fascinating player himself. They seem to get on incredibly well. So that is key, you know, what kind of mood Ding is in today, really. Because if he's pumped up, he's ready to play, then, you know, his confidence could take him through. And I've got more faith in Ding than I think John Ludvig, because
Nice.
he is a champion. He
Yeah.
is the world champion. And to be a world champion, you have to bounce back. You have to have that inner strength. And he's really got to show that today. He's got to show that inner strength. And he has done it before. So I'm hoping it will be an exciting game, but I don't see how it can't be an exciting game today. So that is great for all of us, as you mentioned earlier.
I don't think it's so much about what you're told, like, oh, you need to play more aggressive, whatever. I think for Ding, it's about playing faster, which is a very difficult thing to adjust, especially in the middle of a match. But if there's anything I would tell Ding moving into these final games, it's that you are creating chances for yourself. Even yesterday, Ding had the advantage at one point, but was unable to utilize it. But he needs to go faster.
Yeah.
And he gets himself in unnecessary trouble, spending 40 minutes on move 4 in a position he had already played previously. That is, you can't do that.
Yeah.
And so I don't think it's an easy thing for Ding to correct. But if there was anything to focus on, it's not going to be, you gotta play more aggressively, because I think Ding has created a lot of chances for himself during the last couple of games. The games are, some have been, we had 2 kind of boring games before this one.
Yeah.
But beyond that, it's been really interesting and games that could have gone in either direction. So to me, it's about playing a bit faster for Ding.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting, because so far in this match, especially when Ding's white, Ding he's tried to draw mainly, and wait for his opportunities. And he could have pushed in some of the positions, but he's decided to, okay, I'm just going to steady the boat. On the other hand, Gukesh has been pushing to win, in a lot of things. He's been turning down repetitions. And today, that's got to change, So today, Ding's got to change his attitude to, I've got to push any chance I get. I've got to go for the wing. And Gukesh has got to be like, I'm happy with a draw. So there's a bit of a change in the way they're going to approach this game, which is going to be interesting.
But I don't think that change is very difficult to make happen, because now Ding, out of necessity, is not even going to consider going back and forth. But he can still play in similar fashion as he has to this point, because he has created chances for himself. Like you said, a lot of the repetitions back and forth were in situations where Ding could have gone for the win if he wanted to. It's just that he didn't want to. Now he really wants to. And so there's no major change there needed.
We see 2 players have arrived the board in Singapore. Ding Liren is sitting behind the white pieces. 3 games remaining. Gukesh is up by 1 point in the match. He only now needs 1.5 points, and he will be the 18th world chess champion in history. Get ready, you guys, for game 12. The elf on the shelf hasn't put up an opening on our board today. He is hiding behind the tree. I think he is envisioning being Ding Liren. He has to climb a mountain now. So no opening suggestions from the elf here in the studio. What would be an ambitious first move by Ding?
I'm thinking he might go for the English opening, because that created a very unbalanced situation the last time Ding played it. And I think Ding can expect Gukesh to play something more solid than he did the previous time. But then Ding probably has some preparation against the normal solid ways of playing, which he didn't get to use when Gukesh played something novel and unbalanced.
The chat is alive. It's cool to have all of you here with us in the YouTube chat and Twitch chat. Welcome to everyone. We are excited to hang out with you for Game 12 in the World Chess Championship match. Oh, look at that. Ding is losing the jacket. He is getting ready for what is going to be an important fight for him in Game 12. The ceremonial opening move is being made. Gukesh is leaning back. He is closing his eyes. He is manifesting a good game for himself. A draw would be a great result for him. Could he even win it, Simon?
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, he can certainly win, as John Ludvig has said. I mean, Ding's got to take some risks in order to win at some point. And obviously, when you take risks, you leave yourself exposed. And what's he going for? Has he played the English?
Yeah, I think it is the English.
He has, indeed.
All right, good predictions, Jon Ludvig.
And Gukesh changes his first move. He tries to play something more solid. So on the previous occasion with this pawn forward, the English opening, on the previous occasion, Gukesh went 2 steps forward. Now he only goes 1 step forward. Gukesh with this is trying to aim for the Queen's Gambit declined. And there's not much Ding can do to avoid that as far as I know. Well, I suppose Ding could go back to how he played in one of the previous games where he chose to play his pawn in front of the king 1 step forward, and he held back the queen's pawn. So we could see something like this.
Half an hour thing?
Oh,
you know, just to see what he's, just so he can work out what he's going to do. I mean, it was crazy yesterday when he had this ginormous think, but I guess he's just got to decide what kind of position he wants here. And I played the English as a kid all the time up to the age of about 18, and this move really annoyed me because you can't get an English position. You have to transpose into another opening. When black pushes the pawn in front of the queen 2 squares, there's no way you can keep the position in an English. So you have to go into a queen's gambit, as Jon Ludvig says, a reti or something a little bit peculiar. So this is what Ding's got to decide here.
We had the reti yesterday. That was a nice game, a nice, ambitious opening.
Yeah, very exciting yesterday.
But why is Ding thinking now?
Because the first move was unexpected. So Gukesh played something differently than he did the last time round. They had this opening. And now Ding is considering where he fancies his chances to create some imbalance based on Gukesh's first move. And frankly, I think moving the knight out and then having the pawn forward, this was an approach that Ding used in one of the early games. I think it was game 4. But in that game, Gukesh managed to get his bishop out outside of his pawn. So the pawns are on the light squares in the middle. But last time we had this situation, Gukesh's bishop was able to get into the game, whereas now it's struggling quite a bit more with the black pawn having been moved 1 step forward already on move 1. So this I think is going to be the territory that Ding goes into. And in many ways, like Simon said, it's difficult to keep this within the English opening. Ooh, he goes for the fianchetto. Pawn forward on the side of the board. So he's going into some English Catalan mix. The pawn 2 steps forward in the center of the board challenges white's pawn. But if Ding here were to capture the black pawn, with the recapture, that also opens up for the bishop to get into the game. So rather than helping the bishop find a good position, Ding sacrifices the pawn, or rather allows the pawn to be captured, but with every intention of taking that one back later on.
Yeah, and now there's another decision, isn't there, for Gukesh to make. Gukesh has got to decide, will he capture the white pawn and set this sort of... it's a short-term gambit, as black's not going to hold on to a pawn, I would imagine, for a long period of time, even though there's some variations where he can. Or does black just play very solidly and just develop some pieces here?
You also could push the pawn 1 step forward, which is the move that we criticized Ding for making when he wanted to stay solid in the previous game. But Gukesh, wanting to just play sensible chess, wanting to try and keep his advantage in the match, he stays solid. And maybe this is what Ding should have done yesterday as well. Moves his knight into the game. Ding also brings the knight. Oh no, he does go forward. So Gukesh does the same pawn push in the center of the board that Ding did yesterday. And with this move, Gukesh is showing some... He's showing some ambition. He wants to have a fighting game, and this could increase the chance for Ding to manage to win this game. But it could also increase the chance of Gukesh getting that 2-point lead. So we're getting an exciting position today as well, with Black. Not prioritizing getting their pieces out, but rather taking control with the pawn advance in the center of the board. Very similar to the Reti opening we saw yesterday. Castling from Ding, sensible play, getting the pieces ready. And now the knight moves out for Gukesh.
Yeah, I mean, interesting stuff. And one thing we can notice, they're both moving a lot quicker. So they their seconds have taken your advice there, and they've probably told them, just move quicker today. You don't need to spend so long at the start of the game. And this could be very interesting. I mean, Black's plan is to come through the center, I would imagine, because this is where Black's pawns are placed. On the other hand, White has quite a lot of counter strikes against this center, so there might well be some tactical options, and all the pieces remain on the board. This is good for for trying to unbalance, to try to create some chaos and to create some chances, is what Ding needs to do. But a brave choice by Gukesh, because Gukesh could have picked a much more solid formation than the one he's played here.
And I see that both Adiban and Erigaisi, two of the players we were actually mentioning yesterday as well, two Indian players, have both played this with the Black pieces in 2023 and 2024 in the World Rapid Championships and the FIDE World Rapid Team Championships. So this is quite recently that two Indian players have played this, and we saw some speculating online. Could Erigaisi be on his team? Could Adiban be on his team? We don't know yet, but interesting to note anyways.
I see that Viditz also used this with Black to beat Nepo. Just a year ago, which is a good result for Black beating Nepo, and this was in 2023 in the FIDE World Cup. So it's had quite a high level, outing this opening. I mean, I wonder how big the Indian team is. I mean, do they all work together? It's very possible that they will help each other out. I mean, this was the way that a lot of teams used to work. They give a lot of their things. Okay, we have another move, and a sharp move on the board.
A sharp move
Did
by
he
Ding.
challenge the pawn?
I think so. I think it looked like he played E3.
Yeah.
Wow. I thought maybe he would open up for his bishop and then challenge the pawn. But challenging Black's pawn in the middle immediately, I mean, it makes sense.
So it definitely seems like Ding is the first player out of his prep, right? So is it Gukesh here surprising Ding again? Hard to say.
Well, Gukesh definitely surprised with the first move. As to how to assess
Why is the bar
current
liking this for
situation.
Ding now?
Yeah, no, I'm not sure Gukesh is in his preparation. I think it's difficult to tell. But on the other hand, Gukesh would... It's strange if he played this bishop move that quickly without it being part of something he had studied beforehand. On the other hand, we did see, as Kaja pointed out, that the eval bar on the bottom of the board did kind of go it says slightly better for Ding, but there was a moment there where it even said that Ding was better.
The first reaction from the computer was that, okay, this is better for white.
Yeah, this bishop move, according to the database, is a quite a rarer move, should I say. I mean, it hasn't been played by any 2600s that I can see. So I think they're still in preparation because you wouldn't be moving this quickly. But it looks like a safe option. I'm wondering here, if I was white, I'd be looking at moving the B pawn 2 squares, just because this is what happened yesterday, and it kind of seems like a fun idea. But I really don't know if this move is possible, but is it something you could consider, or is it completely stupid?
Definitely something you could consider, but it's a bit scary playing it, considering how quickly Gukesh made his previous move. Because this is definitely something Gukesh would have studied. The idea is that if the black bishop captures the white pawn, then you could get yourself into a situation where the bishop ends up in trouble. If I make a couple of moves here, the queen comes out, attacks the king, but also attacks the bishop. And this is difficult to face for Gukesh, which is why we tried to lure the bishop out here to begin with. So that's going to be one of the main options, I suppose, but also kind of intimidating for Ding to play into this if he's not studied it with a chess engine beforehand.
And the funny thing about this move is, if those of you who are following yesterday, it now gives black the opportunity to get a very similar position by capturing the pawn. And now if white recaptures with his f-pawn, black can reasonably safely take this pawn over here. And let's just say white moves in the center. This is very similar gambit kind of position to what potentially could have occurred yesterday in the game with colors reversed.
Yeah, although I do want to say I think this is a much, much better version for black. And the reasoning is the positioning of this black pawn. Because previously in yesterday's game, it was that pawn that had to be diverted in order to capture white's pawn. Whereas in the current analysis we're having, that pawn remains in its starting position, which means it can also help put pressure in against those white pawns in the middle, making white's central control a lot more fragile than what it was in yesterday's game.
Yeah.
It's also interesting then that they spent like almost 2 hours in a position similar to this. And then today they just like blitzed out the moves in the early opening. And this is like the first real longer think that Ding is having now. So that's a weird twist of events. Both of their seconds have told them, please play quicker in the opening. And they were both like, okay, fine.
Well, it's also easier to play quicker when you're prepared, right? And Gukesh was well prepared yesterday. He only started spending extraordinary amounts of time when he realized that he was out of prep, but also not too happy with how the situation had developed on the board. It was Ding who used a lot of time yesterday and seemed unprepared for what is, frankly, an unusual way of playing. But now that this unusual way of playing happens for a second time, with the pawn pushing forward in the center, I suppose Gukesh's team may have felt that Ding was not well prepared for this kind of opening yesterday, and they've tried to strike in the same area today.
Yeah, I mean, this bishop b7 move could be very clever because it's not very popular, but what a sensible move it is. I mean, you just try to develop a piece, you try to get castled, and the big question is really this black pawn in the middle of the board, right? If black can stabilize, it's like a fawn in white's position, the black pawn right in the middle. If black can sort of stabilize that pawn, black's going to be absolutely fine. So white really has to cause some issues around that central pawn. I mean, he can maneuver around it. He can try to just slowly put pressure on that pawn. And that's one strategy. Or he could go for this kind of rather outrageous idea of pushing on the wing immediately, which has never been played. This kind of crazy idea. It would be a new move as far as I can see. But this is a really all-in move. This is the kind of move where you might just not have enough compensation for the pawn, as you pointed out. It's maybe a bit too much because Ding, what's he thinking? I mean, he's not going to go all in, is he? Because even if he doesn't win this game, he's still got chances. But if he loses this game, it's maybe over the match. So it's kind of interesting. He maybe wants to pressurize Gukesh without going completely bonkers in this game.
I'm expecting Ding to just move another pawn forward in the center of the board. And what I find really interesting is that after Gukesh castles, Ding would have an option here to push his pawn further forward in the middle. And my opinion is, I actually had a game I played with the black pieces. I spoke about this yesterday as well. I've been trying pushing that pawn forward when I have black. So I was I had a tendency to liking Ding's position yesterday. And I'm already warning I'll have a tendency of liking Gukesh's position today because I play in similar fashion myself. And my impression is if this white pawn can get one step forward here, I think white is doing incredibly well. If you can get this pawn into black's half and restrict the movement of black's pieces, I think that it's a massive, massive success. The problem is, oftentimes when you try to make this happen, you move the pawn 2 steps forward on the first move, and you try to kind of get further forward. But because Ding only went 1 step forward with the pawn, now if he takes another step later on, Gukesh is going to have time to prevent the pawns further advance. And this is not going to be as exciting for white as it potentially could be if the pawn could magically move 2 steps on its second go. So, okay, we do have that move from Ding with the pawn 1 step forward. I'm expecting Gukesh to castle.
No, he's captured.
He did not. So Gukesh decides, was he afraid of the pawn advancing? That is speculation on my part, but he does now capture the pawn. So he wanted to wait until white's pawn had gone 1 step forward before he made the capture, because clearly he could have made that capture earlier as well. And now Ding is thinking, because Ding, the obvious move here is to use the bishop to capture the pawn, but Ding, in a situation where he really needs a win, Ding is considering capturing with the pawn, which would open up for the rook to point down and have a lot of white pawns in the center of the board.
Wow.
Taking with a pawn here would be extremely interesting.
I like how the elf has climbed up to Maud's computer.
Yeah, he's just barely not in the way here, but I also think it's nice. He has a good view of the board.
Exactly. He has an exceptional view of Jon Ludvig's board. And you are surprised now of what's going on, Jon Ludvig.
I think that's a bit strong. I will be very surprised if he captures with the pawn. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I do think there's a fair likelihood that he might try that just to create imbalance and create a position that has no reference points. That would be such a rare way of playing that both guys would be on their own trying to develop their plan. Whereas often in chess, what happens is that you know about similar situations and you try to think, well, in this similar situation, you're supposed to play this plan, so I'm going to try this plan here as well. Whereas if now Ding captures with the pawn, This doesn't really look like anything I've ever seen before.
Yeah, I mean, according to the database I have, both captures have been played, but only once.
Oh.
So pawn takes was played in 1975.
What?
So a while back.
What is that? 50 years ago.
It's a long time ago. Yeah, making me feel old because I'm a 70s child. And bishop takes was played last year. So it's a very interesting choice. I mean, I mean, just looking at this position, Gukesh is playing so quickly. It must be his preparation. And I would have thought bishop takes is a small advantage for white because your bishops are fantastic if you capture it. I mean, look at the white bishops. Look at where they are pointing. They're both pointing over towards black's queen side. On the other hand, black's bishops are not very active. And this is the kind of thing that Ding is now working out. But the problem maybe with bishop takes is that there is this move of trying to capture the bishop, and Ding has got to find a solution to this move where he might need to allow that bishop to be taken anyway. This still seems okay for white. This is the safe option.
Why wouldn't he then just move his bishop once forward, for example?
Yes, that's not a bad... I suppose now black would get a tempo, yeah.
Yeah, either the pawn moves forward in the middle, or you can be crazy. I guess it depends on your mood. But the bishop would be chased. And probably at some point you would have to move the bishop all the way back.
Okay.
Which then you're not super happy with. Which is creating... a situation here where pawn takes makes sense.
I've prepared a comment for either case, so I'm happy now. Now, Ding, you can make your move.
He is thinking now, Ding Liren, for over 4 minutes on move 8.
Uses the bishop.
Uses the bishop.
Okay, I guess cool. This is ambitious.
I think pawn would be way cooler.
Oh. Just because it's a
Gukesh
piece,
is still
I'm
in
thinking.
his prep.
Yeah, playing very fast.
Gukesh now pushes his pawn one step forward in the center of the board. And here...
To prevent the bishop from going...
No, it's not really about that. It's more about preventing the white pawn from advancing further forward in the center of the board. And you're not preventing the pawn from going forward here either, but you're getting ready to take it out. Also, we spoke a bit about the black bishop and how the bishop often gets trapped behind its own pawns. By advancing the pawn forward in the center, Gukesh is enabling his bishop to join the game, which will be a big accomplishment for him because that bishop is really the black piece that's struggling the most.
Yeah, so in the German league, the Bundesliga, this position did come about by two players I haven't heard of, but white played very safely here by pushing, stopping the knight jump. But the key move surely, and yeah, we could show that move maybe on the board. We've seen the black knight, what square it wants to come to, so a preemptive move to stop that coming in. Is just this move. And this position was played, the game ended in a draw, but surely the key move here is what happens if white pushes in the center. And I was wondering about this. You could get many exchanges, which often favors the side who's happy with a draw. But again, if everything gets wiped off, look at white's bishops. And my initial reaction would be white has a very safe advantage here. I don't know if it's enough to really pressurize, but it's an advantage for white.
I'm not too impressed by this, and the reason why is because the most powerful bishop pointing through the center, this bishop can be neutralized with the pawn moving one step forward. And what I often say is that a bishop's worst enemy is a pawn protected by another pawn. But probably a bishop's worst enemy is its own pawn standing in the way. But the second worst is an opposing pawn protected by another pawn. And I think these two pawns do an amazing job of really neutralizing that bishop on the diagonal.
Yeah, the more I look at this as well, that move just blunts everything up. And even though I'd probably rather slightly be white, this is not as much as I initially thought. So this is why Gukesh, I assume, is going for this. He's very happy for exchanges to occur in the middle. But if Ding doesn't push the pawn, he's got to work out another way to use those bishops.
Well, very often when you need to win, one of the strategies is just keeping a lot of pieces on the board. But right now, it seems to me that Ding has already failed.
Oof, that's hard.
Because so now we're discussing this pawn push forward in the center of the board, but this is a pawn push that Ding doesn't really want to make. I think, because it does lead to a lot of trades. At the same time, I'm not sure how he's going to avoid making that move, because Gukesh's next plan will be to, well, maybe he'll castle first, but then after that, he will move the bishop out to attack towards the white pawn, forcing the pawn to push forward and allow a lot of trades to happen. So I think so far it seems like the opening has been a success for Gukesh. He seems well prepared. He's obviously still in something he studied before the game, because he's been playing very quickly.
Yeah.
And it seems difficult for Ding to keep a lot of pieces on the board moving forward.
Yeah.
I need to clarify for my comment that I'm preparing you today. It's important to play this pawn move because you're afraid of something getting here? Is that fair? No.
Absolutely not. It's important to... Well, it's not really important to push the pawn. It's just that the pawn might be attacked. So the pawn might be forced to move forward. But what I'm saying is that moving the pawn forward is not something Ding really wants, because that would lead to a lot of trades. And on the other hand, I don't really see how Ding can avoid making the pawn push either.
Well, I feel that we should play handbrain now. Because that move is not one of the moves that the computer suggests. The top move is a knight move.
And that's very reasonable, because the only piece that has not joined the game among the bishops and the knights is the remaining white knight in its starting position, and that knight only has one good square to go to. So moving the knight out is fine, and then after castles, you have the same issue. You haven't really changed the circumstances in which you don't necessarily want to push the pawn forward, but what else are you going to do?
The bar is back to balance now. The bar is back to balanced. It is saying 0.2 advantage in the app now for Ding.
I'm also looking at his crazy B4 move in the position, just wondering if it's playable. I don't think it is, but okay, it's on the board already. So it's kind of move maybe you can analyze a bit. Again, it's sort of standardish. I say standardish. I don't even know that's a word, but it's a standard kind of idea as we've seen before, just to divert one of Black's pieces to the side. Maybe it's playable.
Looks fair enough to me. At least it's doing something before Gukesh gets castled.
Yeah.
Gukesh is very close to getting castled, after which most of his pieces and their placements make sense.
Well, the second move from the computer is a pawn move. It's not that pawn. Can you guess which one?
Maybe this H3.
Yeah, so
That
it's
is
like
correct.
preparing the same A3.
No, A3. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, was it A3?
Yeah,
Right,
I thought you
okay.
said A3.
Yeah.
And would that be because then you want to move the pawn next to it to the square you said, Simon, so you're now protecting that pawn?
Not really. This pawn move is more about this square. which sounds weird.
Yes.
But the point is that if you move your pawn one step forward, preparing the next pawn to push, you're basically forcing your opponent to try and stop that pawn push. But in doing so, with black pushing their pawn 2 steps forward on the side of the board, what happens is that this pawn can no longer control the b5 square. And so then you try to move your knight towards that square. But yeah, I don't really like that.
Okay.
Or at the very least, I'm not impressed by it.
Ludvig, you're a little bit negative. Is there anything good to say about Ding's opening?
All the pieces are on.
Instead of hand of brain, we're going to call it Ludvig try to be an
I like
optimist.
it. Yeah. Okay. Give us an optimistic point of view of Ding's position. I like it, Bob.
He has castled his king, which his opponent has not.
Well,
He has a very nice control in the diagonal. It's just that, there's a knight standing in the way. But the knights being on the board, and this is part of the reason why pushing the pawn in the middle is a bad idea. This black knight is misplaced because with the pressure of the bishop on the diagonal, black really wants to push the pawn 1 step forward to neutralize that bishop, but you can't do that with a knight standing in front of it. And the black knight can't really move because it needs to protect the pawn in the middle of the board. So maybe that most of the things that's good about Ding's position, I feel like is more like it's things that are bad with Gukesh's position. So Gukesh's knight is slightly misplaced, and then he has yet to castle. But these are short-term things that can be corrected. And so it becomes very important for Ding to strike quickly in order to exploit the slight disadvantages with the pieces that Gukesh is currently experiencing.
Fact by Schlock is asking on YouTube, does Kaja have any chess title? Definitely not. No chess titles for me. I'm an eager fan, and I love to sit here and learn from these awesome people in the studio. There was also another comment that I thought was quite fun, talking about you, Mod. Someone thought for the whole time that we were just calling you Mod. Because we do have the mods in the YouTube chat, of course, making sure everything is nice and pleasant. And you are kind of modding us here. Now you're like asking Jon Ludvig, come on, be positive, I feel like that's a little bit of your role towards Jon Ludvig as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to balance him a little bit out. I also did write in the YouTube chat earlier, I was answering a question about the app that you can, instead of it showing just like balance like it does now, you can also see the numeric value. Because a lot of people who watch a lot of chess are used to seeing this value instead. So right now it's at 0.2 and you can click in the app and figure that out. But then there was a confusion I saw about my name. But that's because in English, in Norwegian I say Maud.
Yeah.
So kind of.
And it's a very beautiful Norwegian name. It's got royalty in it. We have queens that are named Maud.
Yeah, it fits very well with being
Chess.
like chess related.
Oh yeah.
So
Definitely does.
But wasn't that Queen English?
Oh, was she?
Don't look at me. I've got no idea about the royal queen. So,
Queen Maud?
Because the Norwegian royal family is definitely related to the British.
That's true.
yeah, there's a statue of her right outside the castle. But yeah, I think maybe she's born in England or something. We can figure it
there's a
out.
big connection
Yeah.
between Norway and England.
Maud
Always
was
has
born
been.
Princess of Great Britain and Ireland.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay. What year was that?
And that was in... Oh, wait. So this was the first Maud.
Okay.
So that was 1869.
Okay.
Or is that...
That's quite
I
an
think we
old-
have several Mauds
Yeah, maybe.
in the royal family.
But now we do have Ding.
Okay, after a
move.
long think.
He did play the best move that you mentioned, Kaja, with playing the knight out.
Sensible move, but also sensible for Gukesh. Gukesh has now castled, which was one of two things I was concerned about in his situation. And this is the moment where Ding has to do something to prevent this game from just fizzling out or even maybe becoming better for Gukesh. And frankly, so Gukesh is planning to move his bishop out, which will attack the pawn in the middle of the board. So we know the opponent's plan, and then the question is, can we do something about it?
The question is also, was this knight move a novelty by Ding?
It was, yeah. I mean, it's quite similar to the game we've had before, where White in the end decided to make this pawn push in the center of the board, which does look like it will simplify maybe a bit too much. And the previous game ended with that pawn push and things going towards the draw. Ding realizing that, now if he needs to win this game, maybe he needs to try something else. But it's hard because if you don't push that pawn is going to be a weakness. It's always going to be a weakness. It's a backwards pawn. Backwards pawn means it can't be defended by another pawn of the same color. So there's no other white pawns that can defend it. It's on a half open file. So if you look at the black queen is pointing towards it, meaning that it's under pressure. So if you try to play without moving that pawn, it's always going to be an issue. It's not going to go away. It's a long-term positional problem. But of course, if you get rid of that, then it simplifies.
I think considering the match situation, Ding just needs to protect that pawn. And I think moving the queen out is really the only thing he can do. Because then if the bishop moves to attack the pawn, then the rook can easily defend the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really see anything other than this that Ding really could do to keep pieces on the board and keep some tension.
But the top move from the computer was a move that was on its radar in the last move for Ding as well. And I'm wondering why that would be a good move. It's the rook. Which one do you think?
Well,
Yeah,
the
exactly.
one moving into the middle. Then.
Yeah. So why does the engine really wants this move to be made?
Because the engine does not understand the match situation.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. Exactly, right?
Yeah, because with that rook moving into the middle, trying to point down towards the black pawn in the center, the bishop would move out, attack the pawn. The pawn would have to push forward. This would create trades in the middle of the board. But after these trades, I think Gukesh would be reasonably happy just playing this position. Maybe he's very slightly worse, but it's not much. White's pieces are got into the game a little bit faster than Black's. But there's no more pawns in the two middle files. And there's a big chance that a lot of trades could happen. Mm-hmm. Going into this position, you might be a little bit nervous because of White having so many pieces that got into the game quickly. But especially considering that Gukesh is still within his preparation, I'm not sure he's going to fear this that much because he will have studied how to neutralize White's initiative.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there might be some weird tactics in this particular position. I don't know, but in general, this is certainly something which I think Gukesh is generally happy with now because it's a symmetrical pawn structure, and if you're going for a draw, as soon as you get a symmetrical pawn structure, it just makes the draw much more likely. I quite like but I still like your queen e2 because it keeps the tension and keeps pieces on the board. And if you can get a rook behind your backwards pawn and then push it, the push is going to become a lot stronger because at least you keep the queens on the board. Because we saw on those previous lines, the queens are very likely to be exchanged, making it even more likely to be a draw. So to increase the power of this pawn push, if you can get a rook behind it to support it, and if you can get a white rook lined up against the black queen, this is a very good positional thing to do, then that rook is gonna gain in strength, and it's gonna cause some problems. The black queen doesn't have many great squares to hide to, because you can't play this pawn push you want to, because there's a black knight on that square. So I kind of like this move, and he's played a move. What has he gone for?
Oh. Oh, the suspense, you guys.
Yeah.
What is the move?
I think.
Okay. It's the top computer move.
Okay.
Does this mean that Ding is happy with a draw?
No, it does not. And in fact, the position we analyzed earlier, I was, the more we were talking about it, the more I was thinking I actually kind of like white.
Oh. Well, I did love your quote, though, Jon Ludvig, that because the computer doesn't understand the math situation. And that is
Yeah, but
why
then
we
maybe
love...
I didn't understand the value of the initiative that Ding would create now, if he were to push the pawn forward in the center.
But I still love that quote, which is why we love sitting here, looking at this chessboard, and just going through the journey of this game.
And the weird thing now is he's not really going for the pawn mod. It's more like he's going for the bishop behind it.
Okay.
Because with this rook move, he's just preparing pawn to d4. So he's never really going to be in a position. Ding is never going to move his bishop to attack the pawn in the center. It's more so that this rook move makes the pawn push in the middle more powerful.
Okay. So maybe I should make a threat arrow for just the pawn push then.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
I'll do like this.
I'm trying to make some ideas work as well, where white can meet the logical bishop move. So, you know, black bringing the bishop out to attack the pawn with knight h4, which I just don't think works, but it's a kind of idea I'd love to get to work, where you're trying to get some light squares or get some tactics going, but I can't get these kind of things to work. And if the bishop captures the pawn, I wanted to play something like knight into the center, but this is yeah, it's just not working. But it's a interesting idea, because you may be able to develop something on the king side in certain situations, but I think there are a number of ways that black can deal with this. So it does just come down to this pawn push in the center. This is what Ding's going for. Maybe we should have a look at that position you previously.
Yeah,
played.
no, because I'm thinking Gukesh is not going to attack the pawn.
Yeah.
Because if the bishop comes in, attacks the pawn in the middle, the pawn steps forward, allowing the trades to happen. And in these trades, I did say that Gukesh would be reasonably happy trading off his knight, because that knight is a bit misplaced, I think, in terms of because the knight is there, you don't have the opportunity to block the diagonal with your pawn. But here, queen takes in the center is the key to this strategy for Ding. Because now, if the queens are traded, this will create a double threat. And now we see why the placement of the rook is so important. Because here the rook is pointing down towards the black bishop, while we have this bishop pointing down against a black pawn on the other side of the board. Which makes me think, initially, that a queen trade is off the table right now. And that instead, the pawn push one step forward to neutralize the bishop is necessary. But then, on the other hand, there's nothing compelling Ding to say, I still want to trade queens. And now Ding can move the queen out of the way, attack the bishop. And when the bishop moves, now you can get your rook in as well. And the rook pointing down on the black queen. And this feels moderately unpleasant for Gukesh.
I mean, white's pieces are much better placed here. And I was also wondering if white could just go queen takes queen and just try to grab a pawn in some positions, which you don't obviously want to exchange queens. I think Jon Ludvig's idea is stronger, but the point of queen takes queen, a move which is positionally bad, if you recapture the queen with a rook, I'm gonna go bishop takes pawn, and just again try to use my rook, this clever rook move that white played. and make advantage of that. So it's just some little tactics, which it's a pawn. You know, if I can win a pawn, I will win a pawn, definitely. So that was maybe another issue that Black has to be a little bit careful of. So it's not as straightforward as it first looked.
Yeah, no, this is very interesting. I do like capturing pawns if they are available. I just didn't see this option.
Maybe Black can take with a bishop on d8, but there's some problems with bishop c5 then and stuff. But yeah, I mean, this line, it just looks like Black's actually getting himself in a bit of trouble here. So so there's a bit of danger here for Gukesh, and he's now slowed down.
Which is not a good sign.
No.
When Ding is playing good moves and Gukesh doesn't have the response prepared. My new idea, Simon.
Yeah.
Where's the knight there? My new idea now is move the bishop. No, I don't like that. I was going to move the bishop all the way here, but my idea was that I would get pushed around by the white pawns, but then still attack towards the central pawn afterwards. But frankly, I don't see the pawn advance of the white pawns, even though it's pawns in front of the white king advancing forward. I don't see the disadvantage with it if you just continue going into the same sort of area with the pawn push.
The YouTube chat is very eager for a bishop move. Bishop g4 or bishop f5 is suggested here by several people.
Yeah, those are the same two moves we're looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, bishop f5 is the logical move because it forces things to happen, because Black is creating a threat with this move. It's probably one of the only moves where Black can create a threat. So it must be the move Gukesh is looking at. But then there's this problem with what's Black going to do if White pushes the pawn, which we've just shown some variations there where White might even be winning a pawn in certain situations. And that's certainly, you certainly got to have an answer to that. You've got to, as Black here, I feel, take this pawn in the middle. There's no other, I mean, I just don't see any other option. It's too strong. So we're getting a lot of takes, but they seem pretty forced, and this queen takes is a nice idea. When the power of the white rook on the open file is the problem, and White's bishop. A little bit of problems for Gukesh to deal with in this particular position here. And I'm not sure.
But would this be closer to a draw then because of a lot of changes?
If Black can avoid losing a pawn in this position, as we've shown, then you're getting near a draw because it's a symmetrical pawn structure. So the pawns are sort of, there's less dynamism in the position. But in that position there, I wasn't sure how Black could actually avoid sort of solve his problems really. And that's what.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty impressed by this. And then if we go to the board, I can cheat a little. Because I think we can also get this position. I'll explain why later, but for now, I kind of just want to see, do I feel like this is... Does this make a big difference, you think, Simon? Is it now safer to go with this c-pawn blocking move?
Yeah, I guess we've always got to look at what happens if White just tries to win this pawn here. So, first of all, because it's definitely better than the other variation because the black bishop in front of the king is more secure than it was before. But if you just go queen takes queen, I mean, I just wanted to check, can you take with a bishop? I know it looks ugly. I know it looks ugly but yeah, I mean, I don't like it. That's my sound effect. Slightly sick. But, you know,
have you ever done that actually when you're playing
I also
games?
want to point out that now, even though this bishop was safe from being attacked by the white queen, there's the problem of the white pawns also advancing. And I think if the queens are going to get traded anyway, it's actually to Ding's advantage that he's pushing the pawns forward. Yeah, that's actually helping his situation.
I agree. So we could have the same position when the bishop's on f5, but could you then take on d8? Because if you can't get away with this...
I'm going to go back to the
Sure.
current situation.
Yeah.
Because frankly, I'm starting to kind of have some respect for this thing Ding is doing.
And I think it's very wise for Gukesh to take his time here. I know we've been critical of them thinking for a long time, but this is a key moment. And when you're playing chess, it's so important. I guess in a game of chess, there's really only going to be 3 or 4 critical key moments when you get to a certain level. And they're the moments where you need to spend your time to try to find a solution. It's before a position is going to be transformed. And in this position, it's about to be transformed. So that's when the pawn structure changes. Because white's going to play this break. So you've got to work out how to deal with the transformation, really.
Oh, interesting.
And
What about the knight move?
Yeah, because this pawn in the other game when we had this novelty, that was the move that was played to prevent this one. So I was also going to ask you guys,
yeah.
what will happen now that Ding has not spent any time preventing this move?
Harry.
I'm going to take the bishop. There's nothing you can do to stop me, because if the bishop moves back, now you actually have a disadvantage with this rook's placement, because I can even, maybe it's not good, but maybe I can have my bishop and knight work together and threaten a pawn that would normally be defended by the white rook. But since the white rook has gone to attack in the center instead, this feels completely okay for black to me, which makes me think that Ding would have to allow his bishop to be captured, which of course creates a very original position, which considering the match situation might be precisely what Ding is looking for.
Yeah, I mean, but the knight jump makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, here? Because at least if black can get the 2 bishops, it's a good transformation. Would white, I mean, yeah, knight g4, the more I look at that, but there's quite a lot of decisions for Gukesh to make here then, because you kind of don't want to play knight g4 in a way because you're not forcing those simplifications. But on the other hand, if you're trying to make the simplifications work too much, which you might be trying to do because of the match situation, it could just get a bit more uncomfortable for you. And, you know, that's also a very risky strategy.
Ding and Gukesh both sitting by the board. It's quite intense in Singapore right now. Ding Liren is looking down. His head is leaning to his hand. Gukesh with both hands to his head. Maybe he is closing his eyes. It's impossible to see. He is looking down at his black position. He has been thinking for 12.5 minutes. Players have 2 hours each to reach move 41. And after that, an additional 30 minutes on the clock. And they also then get 38 seconds after every move for the rest of the game.
I'm surprised Gukesh is out of his preparation. Despite this being a new position, the moves that Ding has made are very sensible. And at this level, they're actually expected to go beyond what's new and actually delve into completely new scenarios. And we've seen games previously in this match that where they have been within their prepared moves 5-6 moves after the novelty, the new thing has happened. And considering the pressure that Ding is creating here, I'm surprised that Gukesh was not ready for this. I'm also curious, Kaja, what are the engine recommendations here? Because the more we've been discussing this, the less I like the bishop moves, and the more I like the knight move.
Well, a bishop is the second, but the top computer move is a rook. And I guess there's not many options.
Yeah, no, I thought about this rook move.
That is the top computer move.
Because in a lot of the variations we have studied, the problem has been that the bishop is under attack, which is also why Simon was allowed to do this trick, winning a pawn on the side of the board, because the black bishop, which right now is very nicely defended and not threatened at all, this bishop actually turns out to be one of the problem pieces in the position.
But I mean, if we look at those moves, for me, all the top computer moves are very hard to find because, okay, the second move is a bishop move, but it's a bishop move that black just won't play. There's no way that black will put the bishop on that square. And that little pawn move on the right,
Yeah.
that I don't, yeah, okay, it's a really safe move. But again, that's a move I find very, these moves are not easy to find. Maybe this rook move is possible, but the natural
The rook
moves,
move makes sense, but I'm surprised the knight move forward is not even on the list.
maybe it's because white does push in the center still and just gives that bishop. I don't really see any other.
I don't like that.
No. What's the problem with the knight move then? I mean, it looks.
Yeah, I don't get it.
For a human.
I like the knight move.
Okay, so the computer moves are not that human.
No. Maybe the rook.
Well,
move.
the first computer move, the one with the thickest arrow,
Yeah.
that one makes sense.
Oh, and he's played.
Oh,
he's played
oh.
the third one, which I said, no way would he ever do this. move because
Whoa.
it
Well,
looks
okay.
very slow.
Let me just put this up on the board. Go, Harry, go.
Yes, that's a little Harry move. that's a little Harry slide.
But Harry is alive, Simon.
Harry's
That's good to
alive,
see.
live and kicking.
Yeah. Go, Harry, go. Okay. We have Harry the H-pawn on the board, and Gukesh has left the board in
I'm
Singapore.
amazed this is recommended
Dick.
by the chess engine, and I'm amazed that it's a decent move.
Same here. No,
And that Gukesh played it.
No, why did black play this move?
Was any piece threatening to go here?
Not really. I mean, maybe the knight.
Yeah,
maybe,
the knight
Maybe.
could go there.
but it wasn't really a threat.
Maybe he's preparing this other bishop move that we said there's no chance he's going to play.
Yeah, it makes more sense once he's covering the knight jump.
Will this surprise Ding?
I think he'd be nicely surprised
Aha.
because I think he's like, okay, well, I can keep the tension a bit longer because this move, when your opponent plays a move like this, it's like I always breathe a bit of sigh of relief because it's like, okay, my position is fine because that move does nothing at all to threaten my position. It doesn't create any threats. It doesn't put any pressure on my position. So I have more time against a move like this. I mean, it's obviously a good move, but it just means that you can sort of live a little bit easier because you have time to sort of think of your own plans. A move like the bishop coming out and threatening the pawn is a lot scarier because you have to react to it. This move, you don't necessarily have to react. You just have to improve your position. So I would imagine Ding would be quite happy to see this move.
Okay. Interesting. And we see the bar now says slightly better for Ding Liren. And in the Take app, as Maud has mentioned, you can, in fact, click the bar if you would prefer to see the number evaluation. And it says 0.3 now. Advantage for Ding. What does that mean, Maud? Can you tell us what these numbers mean? 0.3.
Well, it's supposed to tell you how much of an advantage you have in the position. And
It's based on the pieces, right? The value of the pieces.
yeah, but also based on how easy is it to kind of win your position. So the old saying was that if you had an advantage of 1, that would be equivalent to the advantage of having an extra pawn in an otherwise balanced endgame. But I have to admit, I don't know exactly what kind of engine we're using in the app. So
It's
I don't.
Stockfish.
Yeah. But there have been a lot of changes to Stockfish in
Yeah.
like the recent months,
Yeah.
and especially
Yeah,
years.
I mean, it's changing all the time and it's upgraded and updated all the time.
So I'm not sure you can read it as like an exact probability now. But 0.3, we've translated it to English, and then it's slightly better.
Yeah.
But not at all like a winning advantage. And if you use computers that have like a super long depth that are able to calculate many, many, many moves into the position, they might say that the advantage is even smaller because in the end, you probably won't win with a 0.3 advantage. So then it might go to 0. So it depends on what depth you're using. But here we are saying that the position is slightly better, but 0.3, that's not a lot.
That's not a lot. But it is an advantage. And Ding Liren, he needs hope because he is down by 1 point in the match with only 3 games to go. He has the white pieces today. He needs to win a game to get back to tie the match and have hopes of remaining his World Championship title. What are we looking at here, you and Ludvig? You guys were surprised a little bit with this pawn push from Gukesh. It seems like Ding is a little bit surprised as well. Thinking now for 4 minutes.
Yeah, I'm mostly considering what happens if you do the pawn push in the middle, regardless. Because if this was good against the bishop moving into the game, why shouldn't it then always also be good against a pretty innocent-looking move on the side of the board? And frankly, I haven't really reached my conclusion yet. This pawn has to be, well, it doesn't have to be captured, but I assume it's the most sensible thing to do, to capture the pawn. And then the knight takes back, and now this knight definitely has to be captured. Maybe it doesn't, probably. And then the queen would come out. So one of the differences now, so we've been analyzing this situation. And so with the pawn move instead of the bishop move on the previous one, what are the differences? One thing I'm noticing is that the bishop now does not attack the black pawn because that pawn is already protected. So the bishop not moving into the game has helped keep your pawns safe. Yeah, and I didn't really have the follow-up to that comment because, you know, then your bishop is still stuck here on the in its starting position, not really contributing to the game. This still looks kind of good for Ding, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it seems a bit more comfortable for Ding, at least, the position you're showing there. And I guess he's just trying to work out, okay, I've got this move to change the structure, but it might simplify things a little bit too much. Maybe black in the position you're showing there. I don't know. Can he move his knight to that square now? But I don't know. I don't really trust it too much.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
No.
So if the knight moves up, this is what I was considering as well. It's just that white's rooks are pointing through the center of the board so quickly, and if the knight tries to capture the bishop, then there's the queen and the rook working together against the problem piece, as we've defined it, the bishop on e7. But in addition to that, there's also another rook pointing against the queen. And you can't keep both the bishop and the queen safe at the same time. So this would just be a win for Ding, which means that, you know, moving your pieces around a second time is not advisable for Gukesh. But then what else is he going to do?
Well, Simon, you are the Harry, the H-pawn expert. And I feel I heard also that pushing these flank pawns, and especially maybe the H-pawn, is a very AlphaZero AI kind of new move, new idea that artificial intelligence is liking very much.
Yeah, that's kind of right. I mean, when they created this, what's it, Deep Blue?
Yeah, the one that Kasparov played against.
No,
Deep
sorry,
Mind.
Deep Mind.
Deep Mind.
Yeah. When they created Deep Mind, this recent extremely strong computer, and this is by Demis, who's just got an OBE. I think it was an OBE he got, and it was this crazily strong computer that learned for itself, and it learned, I think, using what they call the Monte Carlo method, which is a new sort of algorithm of AI learning, where it sort of learns from its own experience rather than from what it's programmed to learn from. And it was interesting, and I guess about 10 years ago, when this computer started pushing its wing pawns. So it started pushing Harry and the A pawn, which is Harry's weirder brother. So he started pushing these pawns in so many positions. And previously, grandmasters, they didn't do this. It's extremely rare to use this idea. And the computer actually showed humans that this is much stronger than humans had ever considered in the history of chess, which was crazy. And the other crazy thing as well with this artificial intelligence was with Go. The same creators made a program to try and play against the best Go players. And the same thing happened in that. The computer in Go played a move in Go. There's a great documentary on it, which humans never had considered. And they didn't understand this move at all. And this move then was found out after studying it to be an extremely new and interesting concept. So it's quite bizarre that, you know, this game of chess, which is so old
Ancient, yeah.
and has been played by so many great minds, that, you know, a computer comes along and it demonstrates new concepts which hadn't been taken seriously before.
Incredible.
Which is, it's just showing you how things are developing, you know, nowadays with AI in general and things. It's quite fascinating. And
I guess like the cool thing with computers and AI.
yeah, it is cool, and it's just how quick things are going.
Yeah.
You know, if you think 20 years ago, and now it's just going, you know, like accelerating at a speed of light.
This is a topic that really Maud should be the one talking about.
Yeah,
seeing
that's
as how
true.
she did her master thesis on this.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say that
Very
what
good.
I thought was interesting about what we've been discussing now also is that Ding and Gukesh both mentioned this book, Game Changer, by Matthew Sadler and Natasha Reagan, both super good chess players and computer programmers. And they both mentioned that that was like their favorite book. And in that book, in detail, they're describing what Simon is talking about now, that this advance of the pawns on the side of the board, how that's like something we can learn from computers that we didn't, that we kind of underestimated in comparison.
Yeah, I like Maud's. Yeah, I was gonna pushing the pawns on the side was not new by any means, but it was underestimated.
I think it was sort of new, as in players started to play these top grandmasters, started to use these pawns much more than they'd ever previously used them in the opening. And it was taken a lot more seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously they've been used before, but not in the way that the top computers had used them. And talking about Matthew Sadler, one of the best YouTube channels I like, he was one of the...
After Takes YouTube channel.
Of course, after Takes and some other ones. Takes number one.
I don't know. I think Matthews might be up there.
What?
Well, okay. Let's just say that
There was at some point Matthew's YouTube channel was the only one I was subscribed to.
It's a brilliant channel, and Matthew, one of the strongest ever English chess players. So he's a credible chess player, but he uses computers in an incredibly interesting way to find new ideas in chess. And I use one of these ideas in the British Championships, which, okay, this idea was completely frowned upon in up to this point. I don't think it's ever been played, but he'd shown that computers had demonstrated you can play this position. So there's a lot of stuff there still going on, which humans can learn from, I think, by developing and practicing with computers.
I also stole an idea off his
there you go.
channel.
So it's
and
a great
won
channel.
a nice game.
Yeah.
Really?
Playing a pretty new move on move
Which-
4.
Move 4.
Which is like
wow.
super rare.
Really?
Well, you have to tell us now. Which
The
was-
Karakan advance with c5, d takes c5,
yeah.
e6, queen h5.
Queen h5. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't seen that video, so okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
wow, okay.
fantastic. I saw the
Yeah.
video, and half a week later, I was playing in the Swedish league, and I got to play the idea I'd just
Yeah.
seen on Sadler's YouTube channel.
So it's a great channel for better players. And
Yeah.
he deserves a big shout out, especially as the world champions really like his book. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, that is enough said.
The YouTube channel is in many ways an extension of the book.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Well.
it's,
You guys go in and check that out, the YouTube channel, after this show. Wait, don't go there now. You want to hang out with us right now and watch the game. And, well, Maud, so they mentioned now this master thesis that you actually wrote on this topic. Very, very cool. How long ago is that?
I guess it's 3 years ago now. So I actually wrote it in cooperation with Play Magnus when that was a thing. So one of the creators of Stockfish was actually my supervisor, Turid,
Wow, yeah.
who worked at Play Magnus. So that was a very cool thing. But what I was trying to do was not make like a computer that was amazing, because we already have that, and I don't think I could compete in half a year's work with what everyone else has been doing for tens and hundreds of years.
Yeah.
So I was trying to make a chess computer that plays more like a human, or like
Love
a
it.
specific human.
Yeah.
So ideally, playing more like the style of Magnus. But we had an interesting discussion the other day that where you said, what did you say Magnus told you? That if you have a preference, you have a weakness. And that was actually the conclusion, was that because the top players, they don't have a style as much because they don't make any preferences. Like, they don't say, I'm always going to go into a queen endgame. I'm always going to push the pawns on the side. Because they're so good at knowing this is the time to do it and this is not the time to do it. So it's much easier to kind of play as a person who is at a rating of 1,500, for example, because those people will make mistakes, and then you can kind of make typical mistakes that those players would do. So the point was to make a computer play more like Magnus, or use a new kind of algorithm to make it play like Magnus, because they were already doing that in the Play Magnus app. But it turned out it was too hard to make something play like Magnus because he's at such a high level.
Wow.
So it's hard to measure. Did you really make a Magnus-like move, or did you just make a good move? But at lower levels, you can do that.
Yeah.
So I kind of made a chess computer that can play at a lower level, and that's, I don't know what you could use it for, but
I mean, we need it in the take app. And Ludvig, you've also mentioned something that I think is very interesting, because we have the evaluation bar based on what the computer thinks is the top move. But to have an evaluation bar that is more human, right? That takes into account the human moves, or that looks at the clock as well, maybe the match situation.
Are you trying to automate my job? In which case, I am not interested.
No, but don't you agree that the bar isn't... The bar needs
my job is to create context for the objective evaluation of the situation. So what you are describing is essentially automating my job.
All right, but I would like to see on the screen an evaluation bar that doesn't take your job, but that complements your job. That takes in account all the things that you take in account, so that when we have a move on the board and the bar jumps, I can actually react to it like there is a goal in the game.
Yeah, if it was easy, it would have been done.
Exactly.
Recreating the human condition is, almost impossible.
But it's also interesting that the evaluation bar kind of, when it's giving its value, it's looking at, that's what the value is if you do the best move.
Yeah.
So that's one place where I think like that the evaluation bars are kind of, where one place they could have some potential is if they looked at how many moves could lose the game, and maybe factor in that in some way, that like in that position yesterday when Ding made a huge mistake, he only had one move.
Exactly.
So then maybe it's not telling the full story, that the computer's saying, oh, it's pretty equal, but you only have one move and every other move loses, then maybe, and those moves are looking good to a human, then maybe that would be interesting to see.
Exactly. And it's chess is brutal because the bar only reacts to bad moves, basically. It doesn't jump up for you when you do a fantastic move.
There are no good moves in chess, only mistakes and blunders.
That is brutal.
Because you're always expected to play the best move.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I come back to Anderson, and I think he was, again, well, we have a move actually on the board. Maybe we should go there. Okay,
this is interesting.
What is this move?
Oh, wait. Okay, he's listening to us. Another flank pawn.
One step forward on the side of the board. Ding wants to continue pushing his pawns up along the side. He's trying to induce Gukesh into playing his pawn on the side 2 steps forward, because this would lose control of the b5 square here, which then the knight could potentially jump into. And if Gukesh does not push this pawn forward, and the reason that helps out here is because now the pawn can no longer go back and kick the knight. But if Gukesh does not push his pawn forward, then the white pawn will start marching. So to me, the big question here, Simon, is what happens now if the bishop moves out and says, I'm forcing you to make a decision about the pawn in the middle before you start advancing your pawns.
Do you know, there is an idea against this bishop move from black we haven't looked at. And again, I think the pawn push in the middle probably doesn't change too much to some of the lines we looked at. But after that bishop comes out, white, you can maybe show bishop f5. We always have this push of the backwards pawn, which may well be the best move. But you could also consider maybe moving your queen, which is something maybe we haven't looked at. I was thinking queen b3. Okay, well, we have a move. He's gone a5 quickly. He's played this very quickly, just saying, I don't want to move the bishop. And these two moves, they must have helped white.
Yeah, no, this definitely helped Ding. There's no doubt about it.
Also, the b6 square. When you have all these exchanges, that b6 square, which we'll come to a bit later on, is going to be a real hole, I feel. And look at the evaluation bar has gone up a little bit more in Ding's favour. So this is certainly helping, I think, white. So you can see, I mean, the square that is highlighted on the board for the white knight, the square in front of that one as well could be a potential square you can use in some situations. So maybe we could show this d4 move and how things get exchanged. This is always the move we're thinking of playing. And if we play d4 and we have the mass takes on that square, which we've looked at before.
Yeah, we need a good reminder. We need to be ready for the take button.
Definitely. And then if at any point black plays c6, the square next to that pawn, that just seems like a bit of a juicy square. A knight might better come in there.
Oh.
A bishop might better come in there. And these small little things make a big difference, in at this level. So, I mean, this move here would just cause black loads of trouble. So I'm thinking this is help Ding a bit at least. This little last couple of moves that have been played.
And it's also interesting that Gukesh, he didn't really spend that much time on that move.
No.
But maybe he felt it was an absolute necessity then to prevent Ding's pawns on the queen side from advancing. But he played that move after less than 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So he's keeping some pressure on the clock. I mean, we've been talking about the clock a lot in this match, but it's also interesting, like 36 minutes more on the clock for Gukesh after 6 moves. I mean, that's pretty crazy. But we're getting used to this kind of rhythm.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess this is also, I mean, it's a good game plan in general to be up on the clock, obviously. But when both players are clearly very nervous, I think this is an even better strategy because you're piling on more pressure on your opponent and you're also making it a little bit easier for yourself. So that is certainly an advantage in Gukesh's favour. And what will white do now? Is it time to push this pawn in the centre, or can white play any more useful moves before he does that? I mean, I see on the board the knight is highlighted coming to that square. I mean, could you consider playing that now, moving the knight to that square to help the push in the
I don't
centre?
know. I don't really like it. I think it's too soon. Often the threat is stronger than its execution.
Nimzovich.
It's just we have the option of potentially going there in the future, and it's going to be difficult to chase the knight away if it does. But for now, I'm not... Well, I guess he could go with this plan in conjunction with... So I was thinking something like the queen moving out. And now I'm shying away from pushing the pawn forward because I want to keep as many pawns on the board as possible, as many pieces on the board as possible. But I still have use for the access to this square. For instance, if the black knight here moves forward in the middle of the board, attacking the queen, then I can take out the knight, open up for my rook through the center, and when my knight gets attacked, it's very nice that it can safely move into black's half of the board and make some threats at the same time. Although now I'm wondering what happens if bishop moves up here. Because you're not entirely safe on that square. There is a different pawn that can try to attack you. So, yeah, maybe...
Well, that gets very sharp, and you've got rook e5, weird moves and stuff. I mean, it's...
Ding has succeeded in keeping a lot of pieces on the board.
Definitely. He's
which is creating a tricky situation, but then also is... Weirdly, Gukesh now playing that pawn forward on the side of the board so quickly. It feels like Gukesh is just saying, yeah, it's difficult to make a decision, but I'm just going to make a quick decision and watch your time run out.
It seems like a bit of a waiting game, especially Gukesh's last two moves. He's been hesitant to move his undeveloped bishop into the game, and he's played two pawn moves. So they're both trying to find like useful moves, it seems, before they make a decision. I don't know how many more useful moves Ding has. I quite like that queen move, trying to get the rook behind. That did look quite attractive. Could you push the queen one square further? I know that looks kind of ridiculous because I'm offering a pawn. I don't know if I get enough compensation, but...
It's not just the pawn, though. It's the queen's placement. I just don't like it.
I've got my one simple plan is put the rook behind the pawn and push it. This is what I'm trying to do.
Okay, I guess I'll take the pawn.
Okay, so yeah, my idea is to move the undeveloped rook to attack the queen now, but maybe you can flick in, I don't know, this is, maybe you flick in a pawn move or tactically, because I'm thinking now I'm trying to use my knight jump, getting a bit of play in the position.
Yeah, and I would need to hide my queen way out on the side.
Yeah, and now I'm going to use my knight to come to either one of these two squares or the other square, which we looked at before, and there's some pressure here.
Some pressure here. All right. Ding Liren has ticked under 1 hour on the clock, spending now 7 minutes almost on move 12. Playing faster than yesterday, though. And I think it's so cool that we have been talking so much now about flank pawns and artificial intelligence and computers. And here we have the players pushing the flank pawns. Perfect topic today.
We have also gotten someone in the YouTube chat, Kaja, who asked, did we ever get the move sound? Have we gotten the move sound today? There we go.
Yeah, okay. So, and it was perfect. I made the move sound. We have another... Go, Harry, go. Oh. Amazing.
Very cautious Harrys today, Simon. Only moving
Harrys.
one step forward instead of two. And it's noticeable how both players are being very cautious about dealing with this whole central situation. We just had
4 in a row.
4 flank pawns in a row.
Yeah.
As soon as we start talking about the flank pawns, they play 4 flank moves in a row. And you're right, yeah, it is. But they are being so cautious, aren't they, here? They're just sort of waiting. They're saying, okay, I'm going to wait to see what you're going to do. So it's interesting. At some point, someone's going to have to do something.
Yeah, this is always the move I make when I don't know what to do. But I can understand that these guys are in a world championship and they probably have some idea, but... And I'm always in a situation when I do that second pawn move on the side, I'm like, uh-oh, I ran out of my waiting moves. So now someone's going to have to do something.
It depends very much on the next two, 3 moves. I've kind of grown to like Simon's idea with the queen. I thought that looked like a silly queen placement, but frankly, this queen move for Ding, just getting the queen out of the way to make space for the rook afterwards, it's growing on me. But then Ding made this other move on the side of the board. I guess I like that because I have been concerned about the knight moving up to capture the bishop. So I like this move from Ding. I don't like this one from Gukesh because I don't understand it. But, you know, not liking something because you don't understand it is maybe not what you want to bring more of into the world.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I do understand this pawn moving 2 steps forward on the opposite side from Gukesh, and I still don't like it. So that's more of a more educated dislike. So I'm not super fond of Gukesh's previous moves. I am fond of Ding's moves, and I feel like if Gukesh continues this shadow play, then I think I really like Ding's position. It's absolutely crucial to Gukesh to actually strike and force Ding into doing something now, because otherwise, it's just Ding has more sensible moves to improve his position than what Gukesh has.
I 100% agree. Even though the valuation bar just says balanced, slightly in White's favour, it seems a very hard position for Black to play, because if Black doesn't move the bishop to attack the backwards pawn, which we're seeing and we're suggesting time and time again, if he doesn't play this move, what else does he actually do? He's played 2 pawn moves. He hasn't really got any other good pawn moves. He can move his rook to the middle, but there's not many other moves. There's literally the plans that Black has are much less than what White has. So it's a little bit practically, I think, tricky for Black to play this position. And White can improve with some sensible-ish moves. Connect the rooks if you're White here. You know, try to get your rook behind your backwards pawn, push that pawn. We've seen this idea. You always have to watch out for that break in the middle. So I would say, from the way the game's going, let's think about the seconds here. Which team's seconds are going to be more comfortable now? Is it Team Ding or is it Team Gukesh? And I have to say that Ding's seconds must be happy the way things are going, because you got a position.
That it's possible to win.
Yeah, exactly. And all the pieces are on the board and the tension is there. Didn't want lots of simplifications to happen. You've still got the tension at the moment. So I would say Team Ding is quite happy so far. Maybe not with his clock handling, but they're used to that by now, so that doesn't freak them out too much. But I think they're going to be the happier team.
Yeah. And who do we know are in Team Ding? So we know Richard Report.
Niua.
But those are the only 2.
That we know of.
That we know of, but definitely there will be more. How about Team Gukesh? Has there been any news?
I guess it's only Gajewski who's been mentioned in the press conferences.
Yeah.
But everyone else is a mystery.
Wow.
Oh. He plays this best bishop move.
Well, best is according
to
to the engines. But yeah, the bishop moves into the game and does not create threats on the white pawn, and instead prioritizes trying to prevent the pawn from pushing forward by attacking a different white pawn that the backward pawn, as Simon calls it, is currently protecting. So Gukesh is essentially trying to say, this pawn, it has a job protecting its buddy, so it cannot be used to push further forward in the center of the board. And now this becomes very interesting. The next couple of moves are reasonably obvious. The queen is going to move 1 step forward to get the rook into the middle. The black queen is going to move out of the middle just to
We
be
have a move.
safe. And then Ding is going to move his king up on the side. I don't think it makes a big difference that Ding moved the king up first. So king up here, he was going to have to do this at some point regardless, because he needed extra protection of the pawn. So Gukesh was getting ready to have both his queen and his bishop threatening against the white pawn on the side of the board. So Ding just says, I'll just, keep that protected ahead of time. And then I guess I'm expecting Gukesh to move the queen over again. Simon?
Yeah, it's a little bit harder to find moves to black. That's why I'm a bit hesitant. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? To just shuffle the queen, make way for the black rook to come to the open half file, where you still have this effect in the center. But the queen on c8, it's not the happiest of squares either, is it? I mean, it's not. I don't really want my queen on c8, but I can't find a happy square for the black queen anyway. So I guess the other issue is that, in chess, when you have this tension and position is pretty balanced, practically speaking, who has the pawn push? And this is something you always have to ask yourself. And here it's clearly white. So white can make the decisions. He doesn't have to play it. He can play it. But he's got the chance to make that pawn push. Black doesn't have a pawn push. So black has to wait. So really, white's kind of controlling the game a bit just by having the extra option of pushing the pawn. And that's, I think, why I prefer, the main reason I prefer white's position here.
It's a really good point there, Simon. And what's interesting is that the person with the pawn push is often the person who doesn't have their pawn the furthest advanced.
Yeah.
Because they have pawns that are kind of lagging behind a little bit, which can be a disadvantage. But then maybe that disadvantage is made up for, that you get to decide when the position opens up. So you can improve the positioning of your pieces to get ready for the grand opening, aka the pawn push forward in the middle of the board.
Yeah.
Okay. Gukesh, back to thinking. He has much more time on the clock than Ding. Still 1.5 hours left to reach move 41. He is in move 13. He is up by 1 point in the match. This 18-year-old fighting to become the youngest world champion in history, and he is getting so close. If he wins or draws today, it could be decided tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. Tomorrow's a rest day, but in game 13, which will be on Wednesday. All right. A bunch of comments and questions in the chat. Thank you to all of you for hanging out with us, both on Twitch and YouTube. We had a compliment from Caleb. Take is a brilliant name for the app. Kudos for the team on that one. Thank you. We've had both some negative comments and some positive comments on the name being Take. I love it. I think it's so cool. It has so much energy, and it also I love the fact that Take means that there's action in the game. It means someone has either gambited or blundered, maybe, a piece, which is very cool. Yesterday, you were talking about bad bishops, Simon, at some point in the game. That was actually one of the name suggestions for us to call the company Bad Bishop.
Naughty Knights?
No, Naughty Knights would be a cool one as well.
I thought there already is a company called Bad Bishop.
And that was one of the reasons we had to leave that name. I think the owners of the Good Night pub in Oslo, that company is called Bad Bishop.
Yeah.
So we had to move
I
away
knew
from that.
You could have,
Could have just asked you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's ask you then. What is a good name for a chess company?
Well, I have a good name because you and I came up with it together.
Oh, what was that?
But I don't think that's like trademarked or anything.
Yeah, so I'm not going to say that.
Ooh.
I was going to say, like, all of the chess company names are kind of taken.
And they all have chess, so that was our main goal.
Yeah, Chessable, like, chess.com, I mean, obviously.
No, but like Chessable is not a good name. It's just that they had a good product.
Yeah.
And so then you get positive connotations with the name as well. But if you just look at the name, Chess Able? What is that supposed to mean?
I feel like it's a good name.
Chessable.
It's like it's making it accessible. It's chessable. Like, I don't know.
That's a good, I like it. Accessible,
good.
chessable. I really like...
Simon and I have both made courses for them.
Yeah.
So we're allowed to...
That's true.
Criticize.
That's true.
And be complimentary.
And I guess it's very up to each and every one. It's very subjective. What is a good name? But a cool name in chess that I really like is the Internet Chess Club. That is that's a cool. The Internet Chess Club. I like that. But I love Take, and I hope you guys as well. And more important than liking the name is liking the app. please download Take. It's only been on the market for about a month. It's an app which makes it very easable and accessible to follow chess, basically. There's a calendar with upcoming tournaments. You can highlight your favorite top players. Some streamers are also possible to highlight. And you will get notified when they play games, when they play tournaments. And it's, of course, easy to follow games as well. Some of them with only the moves, with the evaluation bar. Some of them with actual text commentary for every move.
And I'm hoping to send out a notification.
Oh, yeah.
When I was thinking of timing it when Ding advances in the center, because he does have to do that, right?
No.
No?
He's doing everything he can to avoid advancing in the center because that would clarify the situation. And the more he's not advancing the pawn, the more I'm liking his situation. I think Ding is on an upwards trajectory here. And notice how fast he played that king move. Every time Ding's been playing quickly in the middle game, he's been playing good moves. And I don't think this is any exception to that rule. I think he's feeling comfortable in his position. I think he's happy that Gukesh never forced him to push the pawn forward in the center of the board. And I think Ding now is just going to improve the positioning of his queen and the rook in the corner. And he's going to delay pushing forward for as long as possible. So much so that Gukesh is going to run out of useful moves to make.
Oh. So how do you summarize that in a push notification?
Ding successfully keeps the tension, creates long things, and then because now Gukesh having an extra half hour, Gukesh is going to think for ages. In the next couple of moves, because he's also realizing that this position didn't clarify the way he was kind of hoping it would with the central pawn push. And now Gukesh is going to have to go into his time bank and make not a deposit, the opposite. Withdrawal.
Withdrawal from the time bank.
Yeah.
Is that the ATM machine?
Well, but it has limited funds. And Gukesh is, I think, going to realize that. In an hour, I think Ding is going to be up on time.
Ooh.
Wow.
I'll make a poll here for our users in the app, and then we can see if they disagree.
They always trust my opinion.
You are very trustworthy.
I don't know if that's entirely true. But now we're going to find out.
Yeah. Well,
it's a bold statement saying that Ding is going to be up on time at any point during the match.
Yeah.
Really.
But you say the things that you say with confidence. I mean, you don't take lightly on that. So, I think you do it on a great basis. I trust you, definitely. I would trust you with so many things in my life, Ludvig, to make good decisions for me. All right. Okay, Ding Liren is now leaving the board.
That speaks to his confidence also.
Oh.
It's not that often he leaves the board, no?
That's
no.
true.
He feels like he's got it figured out a little bit. Or is that reading too much into it?
I'm trying to think when he left the board yesterday. It was also when his position turned to an advantage, I think, because he it was a bit of a tough opening for Ding, but then he found this very interesting solution, and he was better at one point, and then Gukesh played brilliantly in the middle game and got the advantage back. But I think Ding did leave the board when his position was at its peak yesterday. So, and I think it's the same here. It's just the plans. I mean, we've already highlighted that White's plan is quite easy. You move the queen, you connect the rooks, and you maybe prepare this idea of playing d4. But you play it at the absolute perfect moment. On the other hand, and if you can play it here with the rook lined up against the queen, it'd be fantastic in a position like this. This would be much more advantageous than anything else. And you can do this and you can pair this, but what is black actually doing? So that's what Gukesh is trying to work out. So do you put the queen to the side? Do you move the queen forwards? How can you improve your pieces? It's not easy to find the right plan here for black, whilst white has useful moves to play. And I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think what I would play. as black here, and I'm struggling to find a setup that improves my position here.
Okay. Good news for Ding. Ding Liren, he needs to win at least one game to tie the match against Gukesh with only 3 games remaining. And our experts here in the studio are expecting Gukesh to think for a long time in this move and the next couple of moves. It's a difficult position for him to play now. And that's a good chance for me, Simon, to ask you about a story that you told me and you told us here in the studio before we went live today. And I think it's such a cool story that our viewers, the people hanging out with us, deserve to hear as well. And we were talking about GM norms. So to become a Grandmaster or any other title, you need a certain rating and you basically need to beat some other Grandmasters. 3 times.
Actually, I'm sorry to correct you. What Simon and I were talking about were bad hotels that
true.
you
That's how we got
stayed
into it.
at on your quest to becoming a Grandmaster.
Yeah, but you had
true.
the right thing.
Yeah.
It was
I tried to make. You're very correct. It was more about bad hotels. So I wonder what the viewers are thinking now. We're talking about bad hotels and GM norms.
Yeah.
What was the story, Simon? How did these two add up?
Well, we started by talking when John Ludvig came over to London and played, and obviously London's incredibly expensive. So when you're trying to stay at a chess tournament, which can last a long time, you can't spend £100 up a night. So you just take anywhere you can. and some of the hellholes in London can be pretty bad, but I mean, it doesn't matter sometimes. And I was playing in Hastings, and which is it's the longest ever running chess tournament. So it's been going on for over 100 years. Yeah, it's a fantastic chess tournament. But unfortunately, the town has become a little bit run down in certain areas. And the tourist industry around the Christmas period is maybe not at its peak. And I was playing there, and I was staying in a bed and breakfast, which I think had like 30 rooms, but I was the only person staying at this bed and breakfast, and it was a little bit like Psycho.
Oh no.
And the person who owned it was, let's just say, rather peculiar and a little bit scary. And I was playing for a draw to get my Grandmaster title, my last norm, and I was playing a friend, so kind of I had the white pieces, so I really just had to make it to the board.
Yeah.
So I was like quite relaxed, maybe celebrated a bit the night before. Thought, okay, it's a 10-minute walk, get up quite late. Got to open my door to my bedroom to walk to the game, leaving about 15 minutes. My door wouldn't open from the inside. And I was trying everything. And I was trying to what's going on? Trying to unlock it. Couldn't do that. I was shouting, trying to kick it. And mobile phones were not very good. It was quite a while back. And I was shouting out the window. I was on the second floor and I couldn't open the door. And I thought, this is like my chance to become a Grandmaster. So I've got to, at all costs, get to the game because I just need a draw. So I looked out the window and I was on the second floor, and below the window was the porch of the entrance. So I thought, okay, I've got to jump. I've got to jump out the window onto the roof of the porch because I can't think of any other way. Would you do the same? I mean, if it's your last Grandmaster norm, it's a bit risky, but you've got a chance to become a Grandmaster.
Yeah.
So, you've got a risk factor. And I ended up jumping out the window onto the porch. And
you jumped out the window on the day that you became a Grandmaster.
Onto the top of the porch. I fell off the porch and I did my leg in quite badly, so I couldn't actually walk to the game. So I had to flag down someone who was walking past. Probably should have done this in the first point. I was trying to shout out the window. They managed to get me a taxi, and the taxi got me to the chess game. I hobbled into the board with 5 minutes before default time.
Oh my gosh.
And I made it there, and I got my Grandmaster title.
Oh,
so
wow.
It was a challenge to get the Grandmaster title.
Could be a movie.
That should
Just getting my last norm was a movie in itself. Yeah, this dodgy hotel.
We've had a massively surprising move.
Wow, okay.
And
the bar
chess
says better.
engines now consider Ding's position to be better. So the chess engines are kind of catching up to our opinion, if I may be so bold.
That is a bold statement. Yeah, but it's this move is showing how difficult Black's position is, right? I mean, it's basically Gukesh saying, well, I can't really do much. So I'm just, and this move is not a move you're going to be scared of if you're white.
After thinking for a long time, Gukesh makes his move. It's not one of the 3 top computer moves, and our 2 grandmasters here in the studio are surprised as well.
Yeah, I was frightened there, Kaja, that you were about to say, and our 2 grandmasters are going to explain what this move is all about, because I'm at a bit of a loss here, Simon.
What is this about?
I mean,
okay.
the only explanation is obviously defend the pawn in front of the rook. I mean, I'm going to kind of leave it at that because there's.
Is he trying to push the pawn forward next move? Oh. Could it be that he wants to get out of this bishop's diagonal?
Yeah, please answer the question so I can write it in the app.
Defend the pawn. I don't know when it opens up. It's. There's not any other explanation, I don't think. I mean,
okay, so you just, it's not about moving the pawn, it's about defending the pawn where it is.
I don't think he wants to move that pawn, but I could be wrong. I mean, moving the pawn doesn't really seem to help Black's position. I mean,
and if anything, it makes Black's position a bit more vulnerable because then the knight would be undefended.
I wrote now, a very surprising development. Gukesh is struggling to wait for Ding to clarify the position. I need to reword that. He defends his pawn that could come under attack.
Yeah.
A bit vague, but...
Sounds good. And the other thing you can do, let's just imagine you're Ding. First of all, when your opponent plays a move like this, it's a bit like that move on the right-hand side, the h6 move by the Black King. When your opponent plays a move like this, I think I mentioned it earlier, you just feel relieved because you're like, okay, well, my opponent's not doing anything. I can do anything if you want to. And it kind of shows that you're in control. And that's a really reassuring, position to be in. So white can always break, as we said, but white can also just play another waiting move. And, of course, white plays another waiting move,
and
which
Ding plays fast.
Yeah, this is... and John Ludvig...
And this is the move we've been discussing.
Yeah.
We've been wanting Ding to play.
Okay. We have another move from Ding. Gukesh again. Will he now need to think again?
I think so, because, I mean, he can only move the rook so much, and white is improving his position. White is ready to move the rook, which is not doing anything, into the center, and then that pawn break looks very tempting as well. So white's improving, black's not necessarily improving the position here, and that's a big problem in the long run.
The only idea I can tell from Gukesh's previous move, the only idea I can imagine is that he wants to move his knight forward in the middle. I think that's really the only thing Gukesh can do to change the rhythm of the game.
Yeah.
And then having the rook protect the pawn may be a preparation for that, because when the knight moves out of the way, it's going to be easier for the bishop to attack towards that black pawn.
It's very Swiss offices you've got here. I was just sitting here and the blinds just electronically came down. I was like, what's going on? It's like...
There's a certain irony to Norway in the winter wanting to keep the sun out.
Yeah.
Because there are places in Norway where
sun.
the sun doesn't even set.
Yeah.
It's very dark. It is at this time of year.
Right.
Yeah, we only have... And also we have the sun for like 5 hours maybe. Or we have daylight for
And you decide to
5
block
hours.
it out as soon as it comes,
exactly.
as you said. Yeah, so the sun comes out, block out the sun. It's,
Yeah, we just had the electronic blinds go down here in our studio, so it's a little bit darker in here now.
I think your explanation makes sense, right? I mean, so this must be the key idea of Gukesh, is to throw the knight into the center. I mean, he can't keep waiting. He just can't. And this, he's got to do something. And this move will at least force Ding to make a decision.
Okay.
Well, make a decision. Well, there's not a lot of decisions to have be made. The knight has to be taken out, and if you take the knight with the white knight, that is very unfortunate, because then Gukesh's pawn comes in to attack both the bishop and the knight at the same time. This is a pawn fork, and that's going to win the game for Gukesh. So. you need to take it, and you cannot take it with the knight. You have to use the bishop. And then after pawn takes back, this becomes an interesting situation. Because now Gukesh has voluntarily moved his pawn away from the path of the rook, which means the rook now has a greater influence down through the center of the board. But on the other hand, if the knight moves back, Gukesh might be happy to just grab some space and say that I'm going to move my bishop, point it towards your king, and I think this is going to be a good position for me, which I also think it is a good position for Gukesh. But then on the other hand, if the knight moves forward, the knight is threatening against the pawn, and now if the pawn moves 2 steps forward, you're less inclined to make this pawn protecting move, because that would also mean that you abandon all hope of pushing the knight out of black's half of the board. Because here, both of these pawns have advanced 2 steps, which means neither one of them can kick the knight out. So if the knight instead moves forward, Gukesh would use his bishop to protect the pawn instead, because he wants to use the pawn to trap the knight. And then this becomes the critical situation to assess, which what Gukesh is calculating right now.
Very interesting position, this. Very tactical. And I mean, there's this famous game, again, I keep bringing up Ulf Andersson, but it was a famous game, Ulf Andersson versus Karpov, where in a similar position, basically white gives the rook for the bishop in this. And you wouldn't play this straight away, but this is just a theme that occurred in that game. And so the first thing I'm looking at, can you attack the dark square bishop with your rook? I want to try to keep things forcing. And if the knight goes back, maybe just maybe now I can consider such an idea, because I'm going to win a central pawn. I think this is a little bit too much, but it's the kind of thing you start calculating. You must calculate this kind of idea, because it's violent, it erupts the position, tactics start occurring. And I don't think it's the right thing to do here, because it's a bit too much. But these possibilities are starting to come alive for both sides. So the position will really heat up here. I mean,
it's such a typical thing of sacrificing this rook for this bishop, because it also opens up a lot of light squared weaknesses around the black king. And it's easy then to attack further on in that half-open file afterwards. And I have a story about this. I once captured a bishop like this when I didn't really have to, against a lower-rated player, sacrificed my rook for the bishop, because I was thinking during the game that if I don't do this, Alexander Grischuk will think I have no chess culture. So that was my reasoning for sacrificing a rook, and I ended up being down a rook for not that obvious reasons, and I ended up drawing against a much lower-rated opponent, regretting my decision to give away a rook.
So it's Grischuk's
like
fault.
this. What?
It's Grischuk's fault.
Well, but then it's just the phrase chess culture. Yeah. I think is interesting, right? Because there are certain themes and ideas that you're taught, and that kind of really stick with you. And this rook sacrificing a bishop through the center, that is one of those that it was my first instinct. It was Simon's first instinct. Mm-hmm. When you're at a certain level, that's one of the first things you look for. And then if you don't do it, then you get accused of not being properly educated in a chess sense. Mm-hmm. But I'm happy to say that both Simon and I have chess culture with the rook sacrifice. Okay. Yeah. And I have so much chess culture, it once even cost me a game.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, the first thing, at my level, the first thing I look for, because I've been taught this, is checks, captures, and threats. So if they're looking at that in this position, if Gukesh is looking for that, what is he looking for?
Well, captures.
Yeah.
That would lead you on the right path.
Yeah.
Kaja, to so that also you may have chess culture.
Yeah, I think I'm far away from that, but I like the word chess culture. All right.
Taught the game in the proper way, but it's
changing that,
with,
though, isn't
yeah,
it?
no,
It's
especially nowadays with
Alright.
the streamer world and the new influx of players. There's been a lot of discussion about chess elitism, and this is definitely chess elitism.
Ooh.
I am part of the chess mafia, wanting chess to be played in a proper and beautiful way, and that people are taught chess
No.
properly with the exchange sacrifices.
It's quite funny because there's some famous stories of this. I mean, even Bobby Fischer, when he beat Spassky, this very famous match, there was one moment where Bobby Fischer played a crazy-looking move, a knight to the edge of the board. And at the time, the story goes, all the Soviet seconds were saying, this player, he has no chess culture. How can he play such a bad move? Ridiculously weak player. And they're all confident. And then Bobby went on to win a brilliant game with this new idea. And you can sort of see that nowadays, a lot of the younger players, they sort of give up a lot on these positional ideas for very concrete tactical reasons that computers have helped them develop. So the chess culture, it seems to be changing, to more computer-generated ideas. But yeah, that was a funny story, and that was a brilliant game, by the way. Bobby Fischer's knight H5, I think it was, wasn't it, in the against Spassky in the Benko, we won.
Wow.
Well worth looking at.
Bobby Fischer,
Yeah.
legendary chess player.
But are we
champion.
saying that the knight move, Kaja, maybe you can help us out
I
whether
would
this
love
is
to.
worth pursuing.
All right, hand and
Our
brain.
theory is that pushing the knight forward in the center is the most interesting thing right now, and might be the way for Gukesh to even potentially
Hey, look at that!
have
The
a better
computer
position.
agrees.
Yeah, so our suspicions have been confirmed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
love when you
should-
guys are right about this because now I have everything prepared.
Oh, that's
ready.
nice.
And be
Okay,
ready for
so-
the take, Kaya.
Oh,
Be ready.
okay.
Wait, how?
Oh no, it's only 2. I was thinking if the knight jumped there and the bishop took as you guys were looking at earlier, but I know now there was only 2 takes.
Okay.
False alarm.
But this is definitely the critical thing, and I'm amazed that Ding played as quickly as he did, because frankly, his knight is on the verge of being trapped here. One more move by the black pawn, and the knight has nowhere to go.
This rook e5 could just be strong. I mean, I don't need to sacrifice it if the knight comes back. Maybe I just move the rook back 1 square or something and just try to win your central pawn.
Ooh, that's incredible. And then if the knight continues chasing after the rook,
Yeah, we know what
maybe the rook can just go to the side?
Classic Ding rook
Ooh, but
move.
then the rook still gets trapped.
Maybe all the way to the side, and we come to h6, but then it still gets trapped. This is a ridiculous line. I'm just trying to win the pawn in the center, and g5, rook takes pawn, king g7. The rook is trapped. The rook has gone wandering. And what is
And
going
we're
on
still
here?
kind of liking his
Yeah.
position, right?
You can sacrifice it for the knight now, maybe.
Yeah.
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 Well, you get
Can-
2
can I
pawns,
not just
maybe.
win here? Oh, no, you have knight check.
The crazy line.
No, because I was thinking pawn here, queen here, and I win.
Oh, very nice. Queen comes in.
But the problem is pawn here. The idea is if you take the rook, then I fork. Well, even that is maybe not that valuable.
It's very close to winning.
What if
somehow.
I just go queen here?
Yeah.
Because this one is under attack.
Oh, nice move. Black, by the way, Gukesh has not played the knight in. He's avoiding. He's still trying to find useful moves in the position.
I guess he's saying that he can move the knight up on the next move.
Yeah, after rook d1, for example. Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to the current position. And Ding will have considered a lot of this while Gukesh was thinking. So the rook moves in 1.
And the computer has been asking for this move for quite some time now for Gukesh.
Yeah, there's a bishop missing.
Oh, in deep thought now, Jon Ludvig.
Yeah, because now once again, if the rook moves in from the edge of the board, then the knight can move up. And I'm not fully convinced, despite that being a cool variation we just looked at that we thought was very favorable for Ding. I'm not entirely convinced by this. So I'm starting also to think, can I move now the knight forward to just prevent
I really
the
like
advance?
this move, yeah. I mean, yeah, because you're really just preparing this pawn break, and the knight looks pretty good on that square. Why not put the knight on the square?
Seems reasonable.
Seems very reasonable.
Yeah, you guys are actually supported as well by our engine, and Ding does it immediately.
Plays it.
It was the best move, and you guys found it as well.
Good job. Okay, the knight and the bar is now saying better for
And I'm
Ding.
just saying,
Correcting itself.
Gukesh is about to be lower on time than Ding.
Hey, yeah, you got that right as well. You're doing well today. So it's
I have my moments.
He needs to spend 13 minutes on this move. You think that's going to happen?
Well, I still have some time, right? Because
Yeah, you have until,
spent
until
like 5
12:37.
minutes.
And the poll, our viewers think 53% say yes, they agree with you, and 47% think no. So actually, you didn't get that much support. For that.
Pretty. It's amazing every time you can do a poll that's 50-50, because then you're right on the edge in your prediction.
But the problem remains for Gukesh in this position we're seeing, because Gukesh's last 4 moves have all been waiting moves.
Oh.
White is improving the position and more threatening this pawn break, and I can't really find any. There's a limit to the amount of waiting moves you can play, but I don't see what Black does. Is what I'm trying to get at.
And we can see what Ding does. So Ding even has one more move planned that still improves his position, while we're struggling to even see an idea here for Gukesh. Gukesh needs to find 2 good moves in response to White's 1 good move, but we can't really even find 1 decent one.
Ludvig, I asked you some moves ago what you thought about the position in terms of ambition, result, and you said you needed a few more moves.
Yeah, but since then, I have been saying multiple times, just without you prompting even, that we're liking Ding's position. We like Ding's position even when it's at balance.
Yeah.
And Gukesh has kind of showcased why. He's been unable to do anything, really, with his last couple of moves, which also has had the eval bar on the bottom of the board, indicating who's doing well. It even had Ding as better, not just slightly better at one point. So
And you were right in your prediction about that B5 square, Ludvig, where the knight just went now. You're on a roll today.
You're on a roll today. And Ding
I still
rolled out
dislike the
of
fact that Gukesh pushed
room.
his pawn forward on the side of the board so quickly, because it was very clear that Ding was trying to lure him into pushing that pawn forward. And I mean, maybe he didn't have better options, but this is what has facilitated this placement of the white knight.
But let me ask you in a very clear way then, Ludvig. Is this a position maybe the best chance Ding has now to get a win and make a comeback? Is this as good of a chance as you get? Does he need to take it now?
I mean, obviously he needs to take it because he's down in the match, but he had a better position than this yesterday and still lost.
Okay.
So, Ding has been very good at generating chances for himself during the course of the match, but he's not been as good in benefiting from the chances he's created for himself. I think one of the things that's the most positive about Ding right now is that he's playing quickly. His last 3 moves have all been very quick, which indicates also he's not sitting at the board right now.
Yeah.
So he's feeling pretty comfortable, which Gukesh is not going to be too familiar with. Because Gukesh is used to Ding having this amount of time after 4 moves or 6 moves instead of 15.
All right. Gukesh now thinking again. He is about to tick down to 1 hour left on his clock to reach move 41. And they're asking in the chat, Manoi, what are you guys having for lunch? Are you guys getting hungry? I have so I have 1 yogurt left, and then I have sandwiches. I have 2 with egg.
No salads?
They don't get the salads in before later in the day. I can go down and buy them, but we have sandwiches with egg and avocado and with ham and cheese. Anyone tempted?
I guess
I'll take the sandwich
the
that Ludvig
chia
doesn't take.
thing if you have it.
I don't have chia either. I only have the normal yogurt.
Okay,
I
well,
don't.
then I'll take the egg and something.
Egg, okay.
I'll take the other sandwich.
I have 2 with egg and avocado, and 2 with ham and cheese.
Then maybe I'll go for avocado.
Avocado.
Or wait, I should let Simon answer first. He's
Do
the
you
guest.
like a sandwich, Simon, with either ham and avocado? No, sorry, egg and avocado or ham and cheese.
I'm like the least fussiest eater of all time, so I will eat anything.
You really are.
I really am. I mean, kebab preferably, but if that's not available, then I will go for
I can go.
anything. Anything at all is great. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go grab the sandwiches and we're gonna eat a little bit. We watch
gotta
this
move.
entertaining game. We have a move.
Gukesh is moving his bishop a second time, and he's moving his bishop where we've frankly advocated for him to move that bishop for some time. And now with the bishop and queen both threatening towards the white pawn in the center, Ding's move is the most obvious thing in the world. Moving the rook in from the corner of the board, protecting the pawn that came under attack. And Ding is getting so many easy moves right now.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. And Gukesh is not. I mean, like, the last move was not the kind of move you want to play because, you moved that bishop. And again, I think Ding still has quite an easy plan. You move the queen, you push the pawn in the center. I mean, you can't push the pawn immediately, but you can very shortly. And you're preparing this break, and the white rooks are beautifully placed, and most of white's pieces are now prepared for that break. But you don't even have to do it. You can do whatever you want first, can't you? Black's, I still don't know what black can really do here. This is the problem I'm finding for Gukesh. He's played quite sensibly, but I can't see a good plan for him. This is a problem.
And here come the sandwiches as well.
Yes, sandwiches are here, but not all. We can't all eat at the same time.
No.
Ludvig, do you want to start with eating?
No.
Do you want me to go grab you a salad instead of the sandwich?
I think maybe I'll be fine.
Okay.
They put a lot of mayonnaise on egg, don't they, or something?
But as I've told you before, Ludvig, mayonnaise is made of eggs, so then you can eat that after all.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I have to convince him.
Hey, how about you taste it, Ludvig, and you tell me if it's not what you want. We need an energized Ludvig in the studio today because we have an interesting game.
Yeah.
And
he
you
moved
have
the
a-
knight back.
Oh.
I thought he was going to hide the bishop in the corner, but instead Gukesh moves his knight back. So he reinforces the protection of the pawn in the center of the board. Feels sensible enough.
Why is the bar not a fan of this move from Gukesh? It now says better for Ding. It actually says 0.8 advantage.
Wow.
That's quite a lot.
I'm going to push to people now then.
Yes.
Ding is better.
And playing quickly and confidently.
Wow. What do you think right now?
No, I feel like this is the natural progression that we anticipated. We thought Gukesh's position was difficult to play, and it is difficult to play, and Gukesh has not been able to find a good plan. But one thing I do want to credit Gukesh for is that he's played these moves reasonably quickly. And it may sound strange that I'm saying that, seeing as how he spent half an hour to Ding's 5 minutes over the last couple of moves. But this position was a time sink. Like, I could have easily seen him just get way low on time, desperately figuring out some kind of plan of action. Instead, Gukesh is just saying, yeah, I don't like my position. It's not great. But if I have a bad position, I don't want to be low on time as well. So he's not finding the good moves, but he's settling for the second best moves when the option was to spend tons of time more and maybe still not find the best response.
Yeah, agreed. And I mean, the last move kind of logical. I mean, the knight maybe heading over to the queen side, and it defends the pawn in the center. It looks like a very very decent plan. I mean, the first thought that springs to mind for me is can you still move the queen up? But I guess Gukesh's plan is to play the bishop here. Then there could be some maneuvering with the knights now. This is what I was just where it's a bit of a change of plans here. The white knight coming back into the center there, or maybe the queen coming back. Yeah, I was thinking maybe knight to come into e4 is something is worth considering in this position. But there's still a lot to think about. Still a lot of maneuvering going on. The position hasn't opened up. It probably won't open up for a while yet. Whose pieces are better? This white knight in black's half is always an issue for black, right? This is just a pain for black, having that piece hovering there. And that's what I'd be a bit annoyed about if I was in Gukesh's shoes at the moment.
Do you think Gukesh might want to trade the bishops?
Maybe. I mean, if you can get rid of if you could just remove the dark square bishops,
Yeah.
then he'd be very happy to do that, because if you look at the dark squares, they become more easy for black to control, and it's always worth looking at pieces you can exchange. I think he'd like to achieve that, but.
And I just received my push notification. Beautiful. People will now be notified that we have an interesting game 12 in Singapore. Gukesh fighting to make a comeback in the match. He's done it before. He did it in game 12 in 2023.
And he's doing it well now.
Yeah.
He's putting a lot of pressure on Gukesh.
Is this his
Definitely not
moment?
making it easier for the youngster.
And the bar says better for Ding. 0.7 is now what the computer evaluates.
And
I feel like you guys need to eat. Who's the most hungry? Or the most tired? We have a big yawn here from Jon Ludvig.
I'm trying to think of a chess-related trivia question that would determine who gets to eat first.
Oh.
Like a competition.
Oh, that's fun.
I guess I'll...
Jon Ludvig is just forfeiting and
Yeah.
also
just eat.
establishing himself as
Yeah.
the winner of that competition.
And we also need Jon Ludvig to test the sandwich and let me know if I need to get someone to get him a salad instead.
And he's inspecting it.
Yeah.
I see a skeptical...
Uh,
Uh-oh.
Don't make a commentary.
We don't have any
Please
moves
don't
to comment.
do commentary on my...
on your eating. There's a bit of pressure, isn't there?
It's a little bit of pressure now on Jon Ludvig.
Yeah, so, okay.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean...
Nothing compared to the pressure that Gukesh is facing.
Oh, that's true. And Ding, for that matter, in the match. We can see in Singapore, Ding Liren is the only one sitting by the board right now. He's sitting behind his white pieces. His position is better. Gukesh is in his resting area. And Ding sitting here, Simon, is he well aware that he is better? Can humans see that?
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, he's got to be very happy the way the game's gone. He couldn't really have asked for any more from the opening. He's kept all the pieces on the board. Only one pawn's been exchanged.
That's true.
Which is great, because you need to win. You need to keep the tension. And I think he's got the better of the sort of early stage, because he's maneuvered his pieces to more active squares. You can see that just by the white knight, which has found this lovely square over on the left-hand side. And he's just obviously got to nurture that now. We can see in the evaluation bar he's better. It's still extremely hard to change a better position against someone as strong as Gukesh into a sizable, advantage that can win you the game. That's his challenge here, and he struggled to do that in every other moment really in this match. Pretty much, he's got good positions. he had a good position yesterday, but he didn't change that into anything more.
Yeah.
It actually went the other way. So this is what he's been struggling to do. He's got to do that here. He might not get another chance, a better position than this in the whole match. So this is kind of his opportunity. This is like a real test, and he's now thinking how to do that. And we've shown a couple of ideas here. Black's idea with that last move is to maneuver that knight around into a better square. So now Gukesh is improving his pieces. He does have a plan. So Ding still has to like put some pressure on the position here. And I think shuffling the queen somewhere makes a lot of sense, moving the queen in this position. But
that is also what the computer would like to see. We can see the top 3 moves for the computer here.
Okay.
Shuffling the queen 1 square is the first top computer move.
oh wow.
The third one is 2 squares.
I didn't even consider this pawn move that the computer is suggesting here. The pawn move is actually the move that Ding Gukesh should have played yesterday in the same position. It was the same pawn move that would have given a very big advantage from the nice opening. And here it's used in a different way. Here, actually, quite a clever and actually idea when you see it. It's just to stop a black piece coming to that square. Because at the moment, a black piece would love to use that square. But by moving the pawn there, white just takes away that square. And it means that black can't maneuver his piece to that square. And I think that's the reason I maybe like that move. Now I've seen it the most because it keeps with Ding's plan of frustrating Gukesh in this position and also making Gukesh think, what do I do next?
Yeah.
Making it difficult for Gukesh to find a good plan. So even though the queen just shuffling the square along is the computer's top move, I kind of like the pawn move better in this position.
Okay.
But he's having a big think, and he's got to be. He always has a big think, doesn't he? Ding? He is the big thinker.
Oh yeah.
And he's all right for time at the moment. It's not a major problem, but he's lost a bit of the momentum he had because he had that big momentum and he's moving very quickly and confidently. And
which is often when he makes his best moves, Ding.
Yes.
Okay, well, big question then. Will we see that pawn move, second best computer move for Ding Liren? Thinking now for 9 minutes. He's in move 17 and he has to reach move 41 before he gets additional time on his clock. Gukesh has ticked under the hour. He has 59.5 minutes left on his clock. I see you have posted a tweet, Maud, in the app by the great Susan Polgar, sister of the greatest women chess player of all time, Judith Polgar.
And she's saying that this is not an easy position for Gukesh to be in. He is up by 1 with 3 games to go. He can smell and taste the sweet finish line. The nerves, anxiety, and anxiousness slowly set in. Many challengers or players could not hold the lead late in the match. So to do it at 18 is incredibly difficult. But Gukesh is not a typical 18-year-old. He is very composed and mature for his age. Time will tell if he can handle it or not. I really like when like the grandmasters on Twitter are kind of analyzing the mental state of the players and not just like he could play this move and then the evaluation will change, like something like that.
Yeah.
But here she's really analyzing, imagine the pressure he must be sitting with, and also how many before him have failed at maintaining the lead in the match.
Exactly, because it's so easy to say, right, that you have to just think about the next move, the next move, the next move. Don't think about the game, don't think about the result, don't think about the match. But that's probably not even possible, with every move and with all the tension.
I mean, I don't know how they do it. I mean, this is something like I would just fall apart in both of their shoes. And I was trying to think which position is it easier to be in? And a lot of people imagine, well, of course, you're a point up. It's a lot easier to be in Gukesh's position. But I think it's easier to be in Ding's position, really, because, he can play a bit freer. He knows he has to try and win. And Gukesh has got this thought. I was like, if he ever thinks I'm winning this match, I'm nearly world champion, that can completely destroy your mind. And he is so close now. It's got to be, so much pressure on the youngster.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I play golf, so I can kind of relate it to that. That in golf, you can always go down in handicaps. That's what you always want to do. And then you know that, if I just get 2 points, if I just have these many strokes in the next hole, I will make it. I will improve my handicap, and then it always falls apart.
Yeah.
So it's always about just think about the next time you're going to hit the ball. Is all you're going to think about, and it's so much more difficult.
It is. Yeah. I mean, same in chess when I'm playing sort of blitz tournaments, and if I'm beating someone good, I suddenly think, I'm beating someone good.
Yeah.
And then I start playing like a complete and utter moron.
Right.
And I'm like, why? Just don't think about it.
Yeah.
It's hard. You know, there's a lot of psychology. And I think especially with chess, because obviously it's a mind sport, right?
Yeah.
So it's even more important in chess to try to control your mind. And it's not talked about enough how the top players are able to do that. It's a massive part of the game.
It's a massive part of the game. Yeah, this is, wow. Game 12, you guys, in the World Chess Championship match. 3 games to go, including this one, before we're naming a world champion. If they're tied after that, let's say Ding wins this game, they will be tied. And if the 2 last games as well are tied, then it will be decided in tie breaks. But Gukesh is up in the match. He is leading by 1 point. He has 6 points. If he gets 1.5 more points, he will be the world champion. Ding now thinking for almost 13 minutes. Is he losing the momentum, Jon Ludvig?
Yeah, to a certain degree, I would say. He was looking really good there for a moment, playing all of his moves quickly. And now an unexpected idea from Gukesh, forcing Ding to maybe reassess his plan and make up a different plan to the one he originally had. I don't think it's a massive issue. I still like Ding's position, but I think this kind of showcases why I was praising Gukesh for playing quite quickly. Because my prediction of Gukesh actually being lower on time than Ding in an hour, and I said that an hour ago. That prediction was wrong, and that has to do with Gukesh playing quicker than one might expect, considering the challenges he was facing. And there's rarely anything more annoying in a game of chess when you're just waiting.
Yeah.
Moving around, you don't have like clear improvements for your pieces, and you just got to wait for your opponent to kind of execute their plan. That can be very frustrating. And so I think Gukesh has handled that pretty well, but then I say that knowing that, you know, the chess engine's evaluation of the situation is very unfavorable to him. So you could say he's not played the best moves, but he's played decent enough moves quickly. And sometimes that's the best course of action.
Yeah. And hey, Matt, my handicap is 21. You're asking what my handicap in golf is. It's nice because people keep asking me about my FIDE rating, and I don't have a FIDE rating. But now I could finally answer a question, so that's good. Another question in the chat, and I bet some people will be...
Oh, sorry. Okay, no, it's fine.
What? No, tell us.
No, I made a horrendous blunder, and I wanted to... I thought I had discovered something brilliant, and it turns out what I had discovered was awful.
Okay, but I want to see that, because that is very interesting.
Okay,
what was
so-
the brilliancy that wasn't a brilliancy?
So I was thinking, if I move the knight out of the way to attack the bishop, and then the bishop moves back, I was looking at a very unexpected trade with the white bishop capturing the black knight. The black knight, or rather the pawn, avenges the knight by taking back. And now the white knight moves all the way into black's territory. But it turns out there's no way for Gukesh to protect the pawn that landed under attack. So I was suddenly thinking, oh, isn't this a great way of playing? However...
Oh, we have a move.
However, it turns out that the knight moving out to the edge of the board, that one could be just captured. So there was a very obvious response to what I was thinking, but maybe we can keep the idea for later.
Yeah.
Instead, Ding moves his queen to the side.
After thinking for about 15 minutes, he makes this move.
He moves the queen away from the diagonal of Black's bishop pointing down. And now Ding can push his pawn forward in the middle of the board on the next move. And he's had the option to push that pawn forward for 10 moves already, but he waited until he could coordinate all of his rooks into the game before doing so.
The bar is liking this a lot for Ding. 0.8 is the number evaluation to this. That is almost 1 pawn up.
And maybe I know why. No. Because one of the plans we were studying was that the black bishop would maybe want to move up and trade with white's bishop. And now I was thinking I can move the knight to the side of the board. But I may have gotten a bit too attached to this knight move after the previous calculation.
Bob Burrow, this is very close to winning for Ding, he says in the YouTube chat.
Hello to Bob.
Hello to Bob.
That
know him.
feels a bit exaggerated to me.
I think Bob was that. It came from. Thank you. Hello to Bob. I think Bob came maybe over to America, if it's the same Bob, to watch my chess boxing match. So,
How cool.
and I think he helped invent the first iPhone.
What?
Yeah, if it's the one if it's Bob I'm thinking of, yeah. So I have to see. I haven't got the computer in front of me, so I can't see the name. But hello, Bob. Anyway.
Hello, Bob.
Yeah.
And do you guys agree with him that this is very close to winning for Ding?
No, I think that's too much too soon. Because frankly, Ding doesn't even have a threat right now. But he just has better positioned pieces.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely better, but it hasn't. I think winning is a bit step too far. I think maybe we're knowing 10 moves because he's certainly in the prime position now to make this pawn push. And I think when things clarify after this pawn push in the center of the board, which we've been looking at the whole game, and we will know. The good thing about his position, about White's position, is that it's actually quite easy to play now. You know, you push the pawn, your pieces are well positioned, you don't have to really calculate too much, and you just play normal moves. So that's another advantage for Ding here. And this was the computer's top choice, his last move. It was again. He's playing very well in this game, Ding. He's really rising to the occasion in this game. So far, Ding fans must be very happy. What does Gukesh play here? You know, it's not easy. I mean, can he move a piece to that key square on c5? Does that work?
Which one?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask me that, but let's try the knight first, shall we? And just see what happens.
I think if the knight moves forward, we will have that pawn push through the middle.
And this is where things start to get really quite complicated, but only for a couple of moves, because it's gonna get it all exchanged off. And then if that knight moves again and I just try to take everything, so let's say the knight just attacks the queen, because otherwise it's a bit too exposed. And we're going to probably get mass exchanges here. I just want to see how things clarify, because throughout the whole game, this is what has been important. And let's imagine this happens. What does this position look like?
I think this is game over.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look at White's rooks. They're so incredibly well placed. The bishop and queen are pointing towards Black's king as well. And the bishop in the middle of the board can also go the other way even to win the exchange. It's a very powerful piece. Game over is this position does look like game over. I don't see a move for black here at all to defend.
Well, I think you have to. Yeah, but it's not good enough. You have to move the bishop back to protect, but like you said, the bishop to attack the rook, or even bishop takes pawn. Just the bishop moving will open up an attack against the black queen, and you can't deal with it.
Yeah.
So yeah, no,
You're right.
the mass trades are not something Gukesh can accept happening.
Well, then he's got a serious problem.
Yeah.
Because if he can't play a natural move to try and do mass exchanges and get to a position which is playable, that question still remains, what does he do? Because White's going to play this move in the center and open things up. Does Black have to try avoid exchanging? Does he have to try to push the pawn on?
Can I go bishop back?
Okay, so I need to deal with that threat. I mean...
so my idea is to prevent the pawn from pushing forward by attacking a pawn that relied on the first pawn's protection.
Maybe I'd play something to move the queen to defend. Like maybe even queen c1 is not so stupid here. So I'm, again, getting ready to push my pawn in the center. This is the key break. I love the way Ding's played it. He's been building up the position, and as John Ludvig said earlier, the threat is stronger than the execution. That mini positional threat of pushing the pawn is causing so many problems for Black here.
Yeah, okay, I take my move back.
I can see, I'm not sure I should tell you guys yet, but I do see that a lot of people in our YouTube chat are suggesting this move. And in the Take app I have in front of me, I can see what the best move is. And it is a move you've mentioned. It's the knight moving forward.
Okay.
This one.
Knight moving forward, pawn up. We studied the knight pushing further forward, but that one is out of the question.
Okay.
That one has been eliminated from consideration. So the only real alternative is making the trade in the middle first. And then knight takes back. Knight is attacking bishop and over here. So I guess you have to take that?
I would have guessed so, yeah. Unless, yeah, I don't.
But then after queen takes...
So many options here, because the queen's even attacking the a-pawn there as well, isn't it? I mean, there's
yeah.
There's a lot of moves that all look good for White here. Queen takes is still a very good option, definitely.
Yeah, I think I like queen takes. I guess he has to trade?
Yeah, then the c-pawn's very weak.
Yeah, but I think he's going to have to trade. And now the rook is pointing against this bishop. This bishop is dependent on protecting the knight. But also the white knight is attacking the pawn. But you kind of get away with moving the knight back. Because then your knight is safe, block the attack on the bishop, and the knight protects the pawn. And you're one move away from actually saving yourself.
That's a nice knight move, that one, yeah. And I guess I go bishop e5 to try and stop well, create a threat. So I'm threatening the pawn that you want to move. Keep some pressure on your position. I mean,
this is just over.
It looks horrible.
Yeah.
Look at White's bishops and White. Every White piece, not just the bishops. Every single White piece has come to life here.
And also they're working together. They're pointing in the same direction.
Yeah.
So it's not like some pieces are attacking over there and some on the other side. They're all focused on the same goal.
Yeah.
So even if we have queen trades, that's not going to fix Gukesh's problems.
There must be some clever way. I mean, there must be some way he can stay. I mean, we're just trying to find a way at the moment that Gukesh can actually stay in the game. Every variation we've shown so far is leading, as Bob said, to a win for White. It's actually just clarifying. So how does well, we know that's the top computer move now, but how do we even make that move work here?
And that's what Gukesh is thinking about. I kind of appreciate when you guys are like kind of going through the different variants and then you're like, nope, that doesn't work. Because that is kind of the way he is sitting there now thinking, okay, if I do this, then that will happen. Nope, that didn't work. Back to the drawing board, back to the initial position here. And he doesn't even know that that's
I'm missing a
best.
knight.
Yeah.
I was like, this feels okay for black. But yeah, there was something missing. Maybe go for the bishop trade.
Yeah.
That is not one of the top 3 suggestions.
Okay, but I mean, if that's not one of the top 3, like, the knight forward looks terrible for Gukesh. Maybe there's like one saving idea, but from just visually, it looks awful.
Okay, we could try after the knight goes forwards. Can it come to d3 and you go e4 or something? I mean, I just don't really believe this one. But I kind of like coming to the conclusion that if black ever exchanges those pawns in the middle now, it's just really horrible. So the idea is to gain a tempo on the white rook. If the white rook moves, then I push the pawn forwards 1 square. So I avoid exchanging in the middle. This is maybe another idea.
It's definitely a different direction.
Your knight h4, we were talking about Fischer. And your knight h4, actually, the Bobby Fischer move, the kind of idea that Bobby Fischer played against Spassky to win a remarkable game, might not be ridiculous here. It might be.
I once played this move against Magnus. The first time we played against one another,
Yeah.
I put my knight out on the edge of the board, and I just didn't see that the opponent's bishop could capture it.
Right.
Apparently, I still have that blind spot based on the previous calculation I messed up. But I actually ended up winning that game.
Okay.
Because after bishop takes knight, pawn takes back, I was able to utilize this open file to attack Magnus's king.
I don't believe it here.
I don't believe it
No,
here, though.
don't.
I have grown as a player since being 10 years old. And I now like to keep my pawns safe and protected.
So is Magnus. He's grown a bit since that age as well.
Yeah. Didn't stop him from being a massive favorite even when we did play for the first time. He was, I think he was 9 or turning 10 that same week. And he had just come home from Germany having a 2050 rated performance, which for a 9-year-old in Norway at that time was outrageous.
Yeah.
Norway didn't really have anyone who performed to a 2000 level until they were 13, 14. And here this little kid was doing it. Yeah, I don't know. I do not like this on general grounds because I think this makes the white pawns in the center very, very powerful. But you are right that at least this avoids the situation opening up for the very active white pieces. So if this is what Gukesh needs to do, then understandably he's going to take a lot of time on this because this goes against all the instincts. But maybe it's still necessary. And this white pawn is going to push forward in the center, which...
Yeah. I mean, a simple way white could play this is just retreat the knight and try to get rid of this annoying piece in the middle. And white's clearly better in this kind of position because black's relying on this blockade to hold the position up. And I don't think that blockade in the middle with the knight and pawn is too secure here.
We were talking earlier about different chess engines, and one of the newest developments has been that Leela Chess Zero, that is based on Alpha Zero, but is the open source version, has made their own analysis site. And one of the things I like about that is that they have the percentages of how probable it is that white will win, that there will be a draw, or that black will win. And it's interesting to note that with this knight to c5 move, which is our engine's favorite move as well, that gives Ding, or white, a 28% chance of winning. But if Gukesh plays anything else, then Licha Zero is saying it's above 40%. So that is quite a high probability of a win.
Yeah, but it's not about this move.
No?
It's about the move next.
Okay.
It's how you react to the pawn's advance. Having the chess engines recommend the knight moving forward doesn't really help us that much, because in order to understand this, we need to know what their idea is against the pawn pushing forward. And I'm starting to think that Simon is right. The idea might be to jump with the knight into the position, however risky that may appear at first glance.
And it's certainly a risky move. And this is what Gukesh is also trying to work out, right? I mean, he sees his destiny here, meaning he sees exactly what Ding is going to play. And he's in this uncomfortable situation that he's calculating all his options, and probably a lot of them he just doesn't like. So he's just trying to find the right solution to this pawn break in the center of the board. And we can't find it. Obviously, Gukesh, much better calculator player than us. Can he find some way to, just really stay in the game, I think is the key thing at the moment.
The blinds are coming back up.
They are. The light has come again. So
The sun is probably setting then. So that's why we
Yes.
get to open the blinds.
do you have to take like fish oil or vitamin D in Norway? Is
Yeah.
that recommended?
Vitamin D in
Vitamin D.
all months with R is
Oh,
the
okay.
general.
But I have friends who like
Yeah.
recently told me that like, oh yeah, I have to go to use a tanning bed, and I was like, what? I thought that was like known as a life-threatening cancerous thing.
Yeah.
And then they were like, no, I have to do that. I do that instead of taking vitamin D. I thought that was so crazy.
Yeah.
I said it completely casually in a sentence. It's more
Have-
common than you think.
Have you ever used a tanning bed, John Ludvig?
What do you think? No. Well, neither have I. I thought that was like a
Yeah.
no-no.
And us gingers don't really do very well on tanning beds either. We sort of
No.
go a rather funny colour. So, yeah, and Gukesh having a long think here. So he might catch up with Ding on time. in
But
this
we've
critical
already
position.
reached
Yeah.
12:37. That was
I
4
was
minutes ago.
I was on to something when I said Gukesh was going to kind of get Ding back on time.
You said in an hour, and I was kind of interpreting you very figuratively, because very literally, very figuratively, but because now he might go.
It
below
might
Ding.
happen, but it's been more like an hour and a half since I said it.
It's only been 5 minutes since you said it, like since your time went out.
Oh, okay.
So you weren't that far off. But sadly, our users in the app that listened to you in Ludwig, which was 52% of them, they were wrong.
It happens.
We're talking about tanning beds while you were, a minute ago.
The sun came back up
Yes,
for like
it would.
the
It did.
lines.
We still have sun here in Oslo.
Yeah, it's nice when the sun's up.
It's nice when the sun's up. We have to enjoy it. It's only here for a couple more hours.
Yeah.
And wow, Gukesh still thinking. 40 minutes now left on his clock in move 17. They still have to make 23 moves. Is it getting a little bit critical on the clock?
Yeah, I mean, this game would probably be sort of decided, I think, before move 40, or
Ooh.
by that stage we will know what the result will be, definitely. And Gukesh has a big decision to make here, and we can't actually, we haven't found a solution yet
Yeah.
to this pawn break that White's preparing to play. It's very tricky. I mean, White's going to push that pawn. Black's got to find a way to deal with it, because as soon as that pawn is pushed, all of White's pieces are released. The rooks are released. The bishops are released. The knights come to the center. And how does Black deal with this push? I think Ding's looking quite confident. I mean, we can see the video here. Just he seems a lot happier than he has been in some of the other video feeds. Gukesh really customer though. Like yesterday, I was so impressed with the way he dealt with things because the position was so complicated. He knew the great thing about Gukesh, his win yesterday, was that he knew he'd done something wrong. He knew he got a good position and he knew he'd let it slip. And a lot of people would be really affected by that and they'd start getting annoyed with themselves. He managed to readjust and he needs to do that here. He needs to find a way to adjust to this difficult situation.
He looks like a boss right now, Ding, leaning back, his arms crossed in his chair, and he keeps like looking up at Gukesh, and Gukesh is not looking back. Gukesh is staring down at the board, and we can see sometimes his chair is shaking. So that means his feet are shaking. Is he nervous now? Is he thinking about the match situation? Or is he able to only focus on the next move? He's been thinking for now more than 20 minutes on this move. Have you guys discussed the top computer moves?
We have.
Okay.
Yeah. We can't find a solution still.
It's changed his mind now.
Okay.
Top computer move is the A pawn.
Right.
That's unexpected.
Yeah. I mean, the problem with that moving this A pawn, it does nothing to stop White's main idea, which is going in the middle. So it doesn't.
But then again, there's not really anything you can do to stop that idea.
That's true.
And what pushing the A pawn does accomplish is that now the white queen is no longer pointing towards it.
Yeah.
So you might save that pawn from being attacked in some variations.
Do you like that move, Jon Ludvig, for black?
I don't really like anything about Gukesh's position right now. The only thing that could save him is Ding just, using his usual amount of time. But Ding has really sped up for the last 5-6 moves. And even though he had a long think on this queen decision, he made he figured it out.
He did, yeah.
And I'm liking this on Ding's behalf.
And now Gukesh is closing his eyes in Singapore. Okay, opens them again.
Imagine if Ding wins the 12th game.
Yeah.
2 world championship matches in a row.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
To make a comeback
down.
in both of them. Yeah, exactly.
I saw someone post on Twitter, I need to find that tweet, about all the times that Ding has won the 12th game. Apparently in the candidates as well.
Wow.
He won the 12th game.
Really?
I need to find that. It becomes more and more relevant. Here it is. In the 2024 Tata Steel Masters, which was also classical chess, he won.
Yeah,
he did World
but
Championship.
He had a terrible tournament there, though.
Yeah, sure.
But was that 12th game, was that the one against Gukesh? Or was that the one against Barmerdarm?
I'll have to check. Okay, so he did lose to... So he's round 12 in his last 5 on-the-board classical events. It's always been decisive.
Wow.
That is the statistic.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is huge stats.
It's not that often tournaments have 12 rounds, though, to be...
Yeah.
Well, but still.
And at the end of the tournament, you're kind of tired. So you kind of expect
12's too
fireworks.
many. Far too many games, that is.
Wow. All right. I wonder if Ding is aware of this very nice stat for him. And I wonder if he will win game 12. He is in a very good position now. The bar says better for Ding Liren, the world champion, who is down by 1 point in the World Chess Championship match. Noah is asking us to analyze the computer line. It involves a rook sacrifice. And I've been out for a little bit. Have you guys talked about?
We are unaware of any rook sacrifice.
No, that was what we were analyzing with the knight here. Remember?
We definitely did not sacrifice the rook.
You didn't?
We could have done, though. We could have pushed the pawn.
Didn't you say
You were talking about a rook sacrifice earlier.
Yeah.
I remember.
There was one line when the black knight jumps in where we could give up the rook. We could give up the exchange. And I think it was here. You can maybe push the pawn forwards or do something else.
Didn't you suggest this move here and then figure out that that was bad?
We moved the rook first.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering about d5 in this position, if that's what maybe is the exchange sacrifice, but I wasn't entirely convinced that we needed to do this.
No, I wasn't convinced either.
I think we get 2 pawns because we win the A pawn.
Well, we're winning some because the knight doesn't actually have that many squares to go to.
No. I was thinking like,
So I guess knight takes rook.
yeah.
Noah is saying that after
Then I'm not even
knight
sure what to take back.
e3, the best move is d5,
Yeah, this is what we got.
which
Actually.
sacks the rook on e1, he says.
Yeah, this is actually we've guessed the position well because we don't always look, and then this position is probably good for white. I guess after just simply rook takes there.
I don't know. I think maybe I want to take with a queen.
Okay, queen take.
Because I don't want to have the rook opposing the black rook.
Sure.
Because I think maybe I want to avoid the trade. So I think I take back with a queen because I still want to move the queen out over here afterwards. And then now the knight is under attack. It doesn't have anywhere to go beyond moving forward. After which, capture, 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 and I'm attacking the bishop. And when the bishop moves, now my queen captures on the side as well. A bishop and 2 pawns for a rook, it's not really even a sacrifice because you're getting so many things back. This doesn't look very nice for a ding.
Well,
There's no way Gukesh can allow himself to go into this. So if this was the recommended chess engine line, I disagree. I agree with Gukesh.
The
that
Barnhouse
you should
says
try
much
to-
better for Ding Liren after this move.
Yeah, but if Gukesh had followed the so-called recommendation, then that would have been terrible for him as well. So maybe then it's better to do something a bit more unexpected.
Ding plays immediately. He's going in the center with the pawn.
So the bishop retreats 1 step back. That made sense because that bishop was undefended and could be attacked in some circumstances. The pawn pushes forward in the middle. I'm missing a knight. I mean, the rook sacrifice we analyzed was really bad for Gukesh, but frankly, yeah. In a bad position, there are no good moves.
I preferred that variation. I know it's really hard to play and white had many options, only because I feel if you're in a bad position, if you can get something unbalanced bad, it's better than balanced bad, if that makes any sense. So if you can complicate the position, if you're worse, generally that's a better thing to do than just keep it simple and bad. But
I don't think that position was complicated with the rook sacrifice. I just thought white's pawns were going to rush up.
Yeah, no, it was really bad. It's a very difficult situation for Gukesh, and is his idea here to push the pawn forwards, which just doesn't look good.
I'm still looking at these like percentages that Leela is having, and let me know if it's annoying you and Ludvig that I'm fact-checking you guys all the time. But if Gukesh does play his pawn forward to e4, that will give Ding a 49% chance of winning.
Wow.
And if he does anything else, it says that Ding has an 85% chance
Wow.
or more.
Oh
85.
my gosh.
That's massive.
So that now it's like crazy.
So now it's a one-move thing for
Yeah, but
Gukesh.
also the one move goes against every principle. It's not just that.
Is this a notification?
Yes,
Time.
it is. It is. It
Yeah.
has to be. I need to
One
write
move situation now for Gukesh. He has to find.
And that one move is pushing the pawn forward in the center of the board, which completely ignores the power of the 2 white pawns controlling the center. There's no way. Okay, maybe there is a way, but like it's. By pushing that pawn forward, Gukesh would just admit that he is in massive trouble. But then maybe that's a good admission to have, seeing as how you are in massive trouble.
Yeah. Ding plays pretty well when he tries to win. He's got to try this more often, you know.
But I think he's tried to win quite often. I think, like we've spoken about, especially with the black pieces, Ding has been quite aggressive in his choices.
He's got exactly what he wanted to get out of the opening here. A position where he could play, and an easier position to play. And he's used the advantage of the white pieces very, very well in this game. But if you have, I mean, frankly, pushing the pawn forwards, it looks horrible for Black.
It's a disaster.
Absolutely horrible.
And Ding, and Gukesh has 30 minutes left now on his clock. He's going to be feeling some time pressure. He might have to spend some time here. This could be a defining moment.
Wow. It's move 18 for 18-year-old Gukesh fighting to become the 18th World Chess Champion, and he is under massive pressure. He has to find that pawn move. The pawn moving one square forwards. That's right now the only move to not lose the game, according to computers and artificial intelligence. But Jon Ludvig confirms it's a very difficult move to find.
It's a difficult move to play, isn't it? Because
okay, so not to find, but to play.
Yeah, you don't want to play it.
Yeah.
It's the kind of the move you really don't want to play, but you have to. Because, like, it's...
I still don't completely understand why we have to. Well, what happens if I take the pawn?
What's he played?
What's he played? He finds the move. Incredible stuff from young Gukesh. He finds the move.
It's a sad move to make, but a necessary one. Now, Ding has great control in the middle of the board with his pawns. And he also only has one square. He can move his knight. The Ding's knight came under attack from the pawn. And now the knight only had one safe retreat, which means that Ding, yet again, gets to make a quick move. We've seen this repeatedly in the match so far, that every time Ding is making quick moves, every time Ding is feeling confident, which, to be fair, hasn't been that many times, but when he does feel confident, the moves are flowing, and he's not just playing quickly, but he's always finding the best moves. And now Gukesh, he moves his knight over on the queen side of the board, attacking one of Ding's pawns.
But look
there.
at the bar, much better now for Ding. It says 1.4 is the number. 1.4, that is more than a pawn up in the game, according to the computer.
That's normally enough to win. I mean, a 1+ advantage at this level, I would imagine wins like 90% of the time. So I'm a bit surprised Layla gives it. So I don't know what Layla says now, but normally...
48%.
Sorry, how much?
48%
Only
chance of white winning,
Okay.
43% of it being a draw,
Okay.
and then 9% for black.
Right. The other thing about this position is we've seen Ding play French defense throughout this match. This is like a dream French defense kind of position. You can get this kind of structure and in a way, and the way the pieces are placed. But it's just a good position. Time, he's got enough time still.
Yeah.
Okay, so the pawn is under attack. Let's see if there's any way of... So my first instinct is that the queen should move to the side and keep the pawn protected. But essentially what Gukesh is trying to do with his knights, he's trying to lure one of the white pawns to push further forward. Because if the pawn on the left pushes forward, that creates a great square for the knight in the middle. And if the other pawn, the one more in the center of the board, pushes forward, that also creates a great square for the knight in the center of the board. So Gukesh is saying, okay, you have these impressive pawns, but if you push them forward, you're going to open up opportunities for my pieces in return. And then I was thinking that maybe moving the queen is a mistake because maybe I need the queen to protect in the center of the board. Right now, I'm thinking pawn one step forward to protect the pawn in the middle. The idea from Gukesh is obviously that he wants to push his pawn forward on the side of the board, trying to distract the defensive pawn from its task. But then pawn push in the middle attacks the knight. The knight does get a great positioning in the center of the board, but because I kept the queen to protect my own pawn, I can continue pushing forward with the next pawn as well. And now, contrary to if I had moved this queen out of the way, then the knight would be able to capture a pawn in the center of the board, Whereas now, I'm thinking that capture might not be possible. Simon, I need you to either agree or disagree.
I agree.
Well, then that was that then. Use the pawn ding.
Yeah.
Move the pawn, Ding. Our two grandmasters in the studio agree that is what Ding needs to do.
I think moving the queen is also very good. I mean, but moving the pawn does seem to work very well. And
Sorry, which pawn did you guys want to move?
To just protect
one.
the pawn.
yeah,
Got it.
Well,
I need to be preparing for all these situations because there's so many moves he could play here.
would you like to know the top computer move?
probably move the. Yeah, go on.
Okay, I'm putting it up here.
Okay.
Bishop back? That's very strange.
Well, maybe it's kind of done in the middle. Like, that pawn is there. It's never going away. Or never is maybe a strong word. Maybe that bishop should...
Bishop back is actually the fattest arrow.
yeah.
That's the top computer move.
Yeah, no, moving the queen to the side is the first instinct. But then pawn forward, which is not even being mentioned here, which is a really bad sign. But pawn forward looked really good to me.
And it can also be, I mean, like we were discussing earlier, because we've been discussing a lot about these evaluations from the computers today, that maybe the move that you guys are suggesting has only one move, like this pawn move here, could be very good if, for example, Gukesh doesn't find one incredibly important move, and then suddenly this was a better idea. So it's depends here kind of what Ding is going for.
Intense moment. Oh,
I may have cheated a little bit because I was curious. Okay, so pawn move forward to protect is a mistake.
Oh,
Because then Gukesh can sacrifice. Gukesh will play his pawn up, like I said, trying to distract the pawn from protecting its buddy. My idea was to push forward with my pawn in the center of the board. And if this knight moves into... I just continue pushing the pawns forward. However, having consulted with my little friend, after the pawn pushes forward in the middle,
we have a move.
the recommendation is to just allow the white pawn to capture the black knight because black manages to take out a lot of the white pawns in return. And therefore, it was sensible from Ding to use his queen to protect the pawn instead. And notice how he moves the queen up. Because I think Ding is trying to push his pawn forward in the side of in the middle of the board, attacking black's knight, but he chose his queen's placement so that the knight cannot move into the middle without then being captured by the white queen.
And Ding makes the third best computer move.
Sometimes that's good enough.
Yep. The bar still likes this very much for Ding Liren. Much better on the bar. This is move 20. Gukesh has less than 30 minutes left on his clock to reach move 41. And what will he now do?
In order for Gukesh to avoid his knight getting kicked out of its current positioning, he would need to move his bishop to point towards the white queen. However, in doing so, he's preventing one of his absolute necessary plans, which is getting the pawn forward to try and create a counterattack on this right side of the board. So Gukesh has to choose. Do you go for the pawn forward plan, but then your knight gets kicked? Or do you go with the bishop plan, which avoids your knight getting kicked out of its positioning, but then prevents you from getting your pawn further, reinforcing the protection of the pawn in the center, and it has ideas of using the other bishop to step back and try to attack towards these powerful white pawns in the middle right now.
So this requires some calculation. From
I don't think it requires a lot of calculation at all, actually, because after pawn pushes forward, this is the move Gukesh really wants to play. pawn in the middle, up the board. Bishop tries to attack the queen so that the queen is pushed back and you can move the knight into the middle afterwards. But here, sacrifice the queen by capturing the knight. But this also opens up between the rooks through the center of the board. Bishop takes queen. Rook takes queen. Bishop takes rook while also saving itself. Oh, actually, this does require a lot of calculation.
Good thing Gukesh is an excellent calculator, but he has little time on the clock now, 25 minutes.
Ooh.
What do you think of this, Simon? Do you think it's just winning instantly? Rook takes rook.
Feels like it should be winning for white.
Bishop
somehow.
takes rook. Right now, black has a rook in trade for a knight. But because there are some tricks here, with the bishop coming in, taking out the knight, and then if pawn takes bishop, the pawn advances to attack the rook. The rook has to move out of the way, but then the knight comes in to try and help the pawn become a new queen. But then the bishop is able to stop this.
And maybe also rook c8 is fine as well, even if you give the bishop on e8. Might be a simpler way to
He's
to
played his
try
bishop
to
to
have this.
f6.
Oh,
Okay, well,
He's preventing the...
this is great news for Ding.
yeah.
Because we were not immediately figuring out what was wrong with the move that Gukesh wanted to play. And instead, in now moving that bishop forward, Gukesh has prevented himself from pushing his pawn up the board, which is really the only way Gukesh could have put any pressure on Ding's position.
Oh, wow. And they're at their 20th move, and both of them have less than 30 minutes to make 20 moves.
wow.
You're going to get into time trouble again.
Massively better now for Ding Liren, who has to make a comeback in the match. He has a huge chance to do that now today in game 12. Massively better now against young Gukesh. Will Ding win this? What do you think right now?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, I think so as well, yeah. I think...
I'm not convinced enough to do the hammer time, but I do think he's going to win. Because I think his plan is still so easy. And now he has this amazing control in the center of the board. Look at how all of Gukesh's pieces, they want to be using these squares in the middle, but they just can't due to the white pawns. And there's also some variations where those white pawns just push forward and create massive, massive problems. And now I don't think Ding is going to think for very long. I think there's one piece he has that needs to be improved, and that is his knight.
This just seems like a winning plan because that knight's going to get rid of one of the bishops. He can go to h5 in this position, which just seems incredibly strong, this idea, right? Because when you get rid of one of black's bishops, the effect they have on stopping white's pawns just ends. So this idea Ding will find without a shadow of doubt.
So he's okay losing that knight for a bishop.
Yeah, I think he wants to get rid of their bishops because at the moment black's bishops are holding things up in the middle.
The black bishop pointing against white's queen is the only thing preventing the pawns from advancing through the center of the board. So if Ding is able to capture this bishop, then it's pretty much game over. But in order to avoid that bishop being captured, Gukesh is going to have to allow his other bishop to be captured. But that's the bishop protecting the pawn in the middle of the board. So if he loses that bishop, yeah, he cannot lose one of his bishops. And yet the Ding's plan now is all about taking the bishops. The only thing I can see that Gukesh can do, and this is going to be ugly for the people with chess culture. If you have chess culture, you're not going to like what I'm about to say. But with the knight moving up, you need to preemptively move this bishop out of the way. And then as the knight continues forward, the only way to stop the knight from getting to this square and capturing the black bishop is going to be, I was going to say, it's going to be moving the pawn one step forward, blocking in your own bishop. But actually, when you block the bishop, you also block the bishop's protection of the pawn in the middle. So this is just also instantly game over.
Whoa.
So actually, now that I think about it, what Gukesh has to do is he has to go 2 steps forward with that pawn. So that when the knight moves up, the bishop is able to hide in the corner of the board.
This looks
Wow.
weird.
It looks very weird.
But it's what he has to do.
Yeah, he's keeping his bishops at least this way, pointing towards the center. I guess Ding is now working this out, because also the knight, the knight could get in a little bit of trouble on the side over there. So that's a clever idea. Put the bishops on the worst squares possible, but it works well. It's the only plan. You've got to keep those bishops. They're what's sort of the glue holding Black's position by a thread together. But that whole plan, I mean, Ding must be, the only reason I think he's not moving, he must be calculating that now, because look at where the white knight is in the position at the moment. The white knight is the worst piece that white has. It's in a terrible square. So you should always look at your worst placed piece and think, well, how can I improve it? And that maneuver we saw brings the knight into the game, and it puts pressure on Black's good pieces. So it's a very logical idea to see. It's just calculating to make sure it is what happens with that defensive strategy.
5 minutes now on this move for Ding Liren. He is down to 24 minutes. He has now less time on the clock than Gukesh, in a winning position on the board for the current world chess champion, fighting to defend his title.
What do you think, Kaja, about this chess player terminology when we say winning position?
Well, I like it because it makes me understand what's going on. So I would say I like winning position. I understand it's not won because it still needs some good moves. It needs to be played in a correct way, and that's easy to see with the computers. But for players sitting there without any
I
sort of
had
help.
this discussion with the developers, and they were thinking, because normally you would say winning instead of massively better, for instance. But we had a discussion that maybe it's better to clarify that you're just in a big advantage, but it's not won just yet, and
he
there's
makes
still
this move.
options.
Well, he's moved his queen back, which is a bit peculiar. I assumed he'd just bang that knight around on a good route.
Yeah, it was all about the knight, but he moves his queen.
This is not losing any advantage, I feel, but it's not. I don't know. It feels a little bit off track, just a little bit.
But now he's threatening
I
to
think
advance
it's
the
more
pawn.
immediate. Now that he moved his queen back, like Maud was about to say, the black bishop is no longer pointing towards the queen. So now Ding is just pushing the pawn forward through the center. So firstly, you have to defend the pawn that's under attack. Maybe, I assume.
I think the rook's already there, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. I was going to say the rook is on the wrong square on the... Everyone pointing it out. We have a great chat on YouTube and Twitch. Well, a good move, bad move. What's happening? It still says much better for Ding, but it did say massively better before this move.
This is still a good move, isn't it? I mean, White's plan, as you say, is to throw Derek the D pawn up the board, straight through the middle, and to try to split Black's position like this. They're both amazing calculators. That's the thing. I mean, at this level, you have to be, right? I mean, Gukesh is famous for it, but Ding is they're just incredible. So I guess Ding has calculated that this plan is the most forcing and appropriate in the position.
I don't know. I don't like this.
You don't like this move?
Yeah, no, I don't like it, because anytime you push the pawn forward through the center of the board, you allow the knight to potentially jump into the heart of White's position and really block the influence of the rooks.
It's risky because this is the kind of plan Ding could play if it does backfire. What's he doing here?
Okay, so pawn forward on the side of the board, that's sensible. You're trying to isolate the white pawn, maybe move the knight over to attack it later on. Ding was expecting that move, so Ding
Now comes the
responded
knight.
immediately. Now he moves the knight. I find it strange that he delayed the knight's entry.
Yeah. Still a big advantage for him.
Okay.
And he's still got this plan of moving a knight to
But
capture
now
one
how
bishop.
does he defend this pawn?
Yeah, I mean, the critical move is knight a5, right? Black trying to get some counterplay. So now those black knights are aiming to get into the position and take that pawn. So this is, yeah.
The pawn would need to move forward, attacking the knight. The knight would move into a great positioning in the center, but in doing so, the knight also abandons the pawn on the side. So I guess we're expecting Ding now to win a pawn.
Okay.
Would
that
you
sounds
agree
good
with
for
that,
him.
Simon?
Yeah, and there's a problem with the black knight on the side here. That piece is very tied down, so it's still a big advantage. I mean, the time this is going to be important now as well. They've got 18 moves to make until the control. Very tricky position. I think it's still much easier for Ding to play.
He spent 17 seconds now, so he's playing really fast when
Yeah.
he knows the moves.
He's speeding up, and he's also got an easy plan. You know, that knight still heading around to the right. He can push his pawn in the middle if the time is correct to do so. And it's easier for Ding to play. Gukesh has got to be working
No,
out.
Ding is winning a pawn.
Yeah. If he
There's
wants to
no
win that
doubt
pawn.
about it,
Yeah.
because if you don't go after the white pawn immediately, like we illustrated with the knight moving around, if now you try the same plan of kind of saving your bishops as we discussed earlier, like when this knight moves into the center of the board, you're threatening for the pawn to advance, attack the knight on the side. The knight was kind of happy being attacked because then it could move into the center. But here it's just going to be eliminated by the white knight immediately. After which there are no one protecting over here.
I guess black can try the same thing with G5 against this, but
Yeah, you have to try this.
maybe. I mean,
Oh gosh.
this is. But then you got to look. I mean, even here, you've
this looks good.
Yeah, there's lots of tempting. That a nice little tactical idea there where there's lots of good moves here, aren't there?
I'm seeing so many moves that I'm like, how am I going to explain this move and how am I going to explain
Yeah.
this move?
And Ding isn't looking confident. He's making his moves quicker than Gukesh at
Yeah.
this stage.
You were right about that, Ludvig. I mean, he's had more time than Gukesh for a little while now. Several moves in a row.
He's getting into the zone. They both are at this critical moment in the World Championships.
Yeah.
You can all turn. If Gukesh can save this game, I just feel that would be the end of the World Championships. If he can somehow not lose, he's got to be winning the World Championships, because this is a golden opportunity. You don't get many opportunities like that. And if Ding wins, it's all level. 2 to play.
All level.
Wow.
Oh my.
So-
If that happens. Crazy World Championship, you guys. Ding Liren fighting to make a comeback in the match. Gukesh is struggling.
I've put the elf like this to kind of show that he's chilling. I don't know. If
Yeah. Wait.
Ding chilling.
yeah, it-
Elf
Yeah.
chilling.
I'm trying
Oh,
to...
put him a little bit closer to the white position. Oh, that looks nice. That looks a little bit.
Ding
I'm
with
not
the white
gonna-
pieces chilling.
That's the way to play chess. Lying down like that.
There was a famous story. Tony Miles did this once, where Britain's first ever grandmaster, and he had a bad back, and he was a bit of an eccentric character, and he came to play against a very strong, I think, Soviet player, and he came on a bet. They got a special bed for him, so he laid down for
Really?
the game. Yeah, there's a picture of him laying down, playing his opponent.
Wanna see that picture?
Yeah, Tony
What
Miles
was his
laying
name?
down.
Tony
Tony Miles, yeah, Miles. Tony-
versus Kasparov. No.
I don't know who's playing. It
Was-
should be just lying down. Tony Miles lying down to play chess. And,
Lying down.
He was, yeah, it's just very funny of him. Like, with
Oh, there
that.
it is. Oh,
You
okay.
gotta-
I'm
yeah.
gonna.
Just chilling.
Space India has that picture, of course. If I put on, let me find a camera.
Yeah, he was.
where
He
you
was.
guys can actually
He was
see
a
this.
legend of chess, Tony Miles. I mean, like I say, Britain's first ever grandmaster. Had some brilliant ideas, and before the computer generation as well. So it was a different chess world.
Yeah. Okay, I have to put it on this
Okay.
camera.
Yeah, he had the right idea. This is the way to play chess. Yeah.
Can you guys see it? That's fun. You see it?
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
He's even leaning forward towards
Yeah.
the board.
Whoa, that was not a move we were expecting.
Okay.
Bishop C5.
Gukesh is going for a trade between the bishops, but really what he's trying to do is trade off the knight, I would say. Because in moving this bishop forward, should now Ding continue his plan of using the knight to attack the other black bishop, I have a suspicion that that one would just be taken out.
Massively better for Ding on the bar.
So maybe Ding needs to change his plan, which makes this a good practical try from Gukesh. Anything that makes Ding's plan less obvious is beneficial for Gukesh here.
Completely agree. I mean, the computer doesn't like this, but actually it causes problems, and that's
Well,
what
I'm not sure though, Simon, because I'm gonna suggest this move.
Sure. Well, I think I have to take it, right? I mean, what else is the idea? I've got to take it, trying to complicate the position. And are you going to take? Are you going to take with a pawn? So if you
Take with the pawn.
take with a pawn,
I'm gonna voluntarily give myself doubled pawns.
see the idea.
But the key thing here is that I'm taking control of the square in the middle of the board, which is a square that the black knight has been wanting to use on multiple occasions already. And now I feel this is the moment that next move, I'm going to start pushing my pawns forward through the center of the board. And even though I've massively weakened my king position, there's not enough of Gukesh's pieces over here to properly exploit that.
And I guess the key idea here is if that black knight goes the other way now, so you do have this bishop f1, you have other options, but this would be the, I guess, Gukesh's plan. I still like it from what Gukesh is doing, because at the end of the day, it's getting practical chances, and you can see on the wooden board, the white king side has been split up, so it's unbalanced it a little bit over there. So practically, maybe.
Yeah, no, when you're playing, this is easy to do when you're just analyzing the position. But when you're sitting there, giving yourself such a massively poor pawn formation,
It's hard.
It's not something you're gonna do. I thought it was a cool idea, and it was a cool idea, but maybe Ding should stick to.
But maybe it's worth showing why, if it is why bishop takes f4 doesn't work, because there's a big threat on c7. And there's one move that would just put off a human immediately. Why you don't take with a bishop, because this looks more natural, because you attack a pawn, you keep your king side closed, and it looks horrible for black. And the only thing that put human off is the pawn, black's pawn in the center can move.
Oh.
And this unleashes the black bishop against the queen, which I think most players would be just like, oh dear, I'm not allowing that. That looks scary. I wonder if you can even allow this move.
Yeah, no, I didn't even see that we were threatening this pawn. Otherwise, I wouldn't be on. Yeah. Why are we concerned? This looks great for white.
Yeah, maybe queen e2 even works. Yeah, and we're just saying, okay, you've got your one move threat in. So what? I'm just going to use my bishops, use my knight. Everything's looking good. And you get, this position.
The threat against the pawn is huge, which will then attack both the queen and the rook. This looks hopeless for Gukesh.
So are you changing your mind? If we do have that position on the board, would you then take?
Yeah, no,
the bishop?
Gukesh is not going to capture the knight based on this. So his plan is not to take out Ding's knight should it move forward.
Okay.
So returning to the current situation on the board, if the knight moves up, I guess he's just planning to go back.
Worst case scenario here, I go h4. I've gained. Worst case. And I'm trying to force you to take my knight.
And then probably Gukesh would not cooperate.
No.
I've checked now and seen that this knight move is like clearly the best move in the position.
It's by far the most obvious thing
But Ding is spending quite a lot of time. And look, he's not even looking at the board always. He's kind of like looking away.
Oh, and he's coughing.
Nervous cough, maybe.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
He's really nervous.
This could be a major moment. I mean, like, it seems like moving the knight in and seeing that he can take with a bishop, which I think instinctively you might even just rule out bishop takes. because of this pawn move we just looked at, where your queen gets exposed.
Yeah.
He's got to just sort of get over the ghosts in the position, and it's very easy to see ghosts when you've got.
Look at him. He's taking
very
his
nervous, very nervous.
Yeah.
like this.
Yeah, I mean, understandably. And you start to see ghosts when you've got a beautiful position and you know you're winning. You're playing for the World Championships. You know you've got to win. You're gonna see them. So he's got. This is a real test of character for him. Will he play the knight move? If he plays the knight move, I was going to say full confidence.
Okay.
I've got 90%.
But how
Yes,
could
he
he
does
not
it.
play
He
the
He
knight?
plays the knight move.
He played
The
knight move.
was completely obvious.
Yeah.
Massively better.
And he's moved it.
Look how nervous he was when he was playing that move.
He's still very nervous.
Oh, this is tense. And Gukesh is shaking. He is now in the move. Move 23. Ticking under 18 minutes on the clock. He is in a losing position. Will he take the knight?
I don't think he can take the knight because, as Simon demonstrated, taking back with the bishop creates great threats in towards this black pawn. And it's not just about the pawn. It's about that if this pawn is lost, the queen, the knight, and the rook will all be under attack. So I don't really know what Gukesh was planning here, to be honest, and I don't understand why Ding was even thinking.
Well,
Yeah.
take a look at the top computer moves, you guys. The second best move is taking the knight.
That is a desperate move, though.
Yeah. I think this shows how bad the position is. They're all bishop moves, and none of them are appealing. And I've got faith in Ding now to do this. 2 games to go, it could be all even.
And now the bishop taking the knight is moving down in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The more the
compu-
chess engine thinks about it, the more it says,
Oh.
yeah, no.
And now it's off the table.
It went from being number 2 choice to not even being.
Then it started listening to you guys. All right. So now the top computer move is moving the other bishop.
Oh my gosh.
And you said, Simon, that you now have faith in Ding
Well,
winning this game.
yeah, I mean, just because he's finding all the right moves, and I think he's found some of the trickier moves now. I wouldn't have faith in myself, by the way, here, especially in the position they're in. But Ding's played really well so far in this game.
Yeah.
But have we given him any great moves? What has been a great move so far? He must have done some good moves. This knight move that he starts,
It's
not
just-
this one.
What's been so great about how he played was just keeping the tension.
Yeah.
So what's been great about his play is that he didn't push his pawn forward in the center until he was completely ready with all his other pieces.
Still only 2 pawns have left the board.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Wow.
not so easy for me, Ludvig, to say that that's
No,
the best
but
move.
that's truth, and that's why you haven't said great move at any point.
To be fair, though, I mean, I do say I've got complete faith in Ding now, but he's still got to win this position. He's not material up. He's not a pawn up. He's not anything up. The Black King's not getting attacked. So even though it looks like a awesome position, because your pieces and your pawns are fantastic place, you still have to convert this. You still have to get something actual substantial, like an attack or a pawn, and that hasn't happened yet. So he's got to do that conversion at some point.
Hey,
before pulled out.
Simon, what about if this bishop that's currently under attack moves?
Yeah.
What if I then attack the knight?
Okay. Ah.
It took a little moment,
took a little
but we
while.
got the
I'm a little bit, yeah. And the whole point is, this is a massive point. Well, let's see what happens. You want to move the knight in the center. And this is the point. And if you do, then white just wins, which I missed
Oh.
originally. You take that knight, and the whole point now, it's that pawn again. You
Oh
take
my
that,
gosh.
and you don't just win a pawn, you win the exchange. You win
Prepare the
three.
take button in this
Oh.
case. In this case.
Yeah.
In this case.
Okay.
Ah, that's big.
So
That is big.
because the knight cannot easily move into the middle of the board with the white knight being where it is, here Gukesh would have to take out the knight and then try to move into the middle. However, this is where I prepared a surprise, because instead of taking the bishop like earlier, I'm going to take the
Okay.
pawn, the knight.
Has he taken it?
He took it.
And the
He took
bishop
it.
taken back.
He took it.
So I guess
saw
Gukesh
that.
realized that if he moves back, then this pawn advance is very troublesome.
Yeah.
So he takes the knight to begin with, and then Ding just takes back with the bishop. These two are now coordinating against the black pawn. This black pawn is the one that's in trouble all the way. But frankly, I blame this knight. And I swear I mentioned this in the opening, that one of the problems of this knight placement is that it's preventing the pawn from moving forward. And now because the pawn has not moved forward, it's getting stuck and it's getting attacked, and it might be over for that pawn.
Wow. Gukesh still has to make 17 moves. He has 13.5 minutes left on his clock. And we have emojis on the board.
I haven't used any emojis in the game, so now I went a little bit overboard, I feel.
Love it.
But this is the Ding chilling emojis.
Okay, another move on the board.
Moves over to keep the pawn protected in the start at least. But now Ding can continue further forward through the center of the board.
Yeah.
Pawn push in the middle, attacks the knight, and when the knight moves away, the pawn will just continue rushing up the board.
This looks like a very strong plan. I mean, can you go c6 maybe?
Maybe you can move your knight in? Yeah, so Ding doesn't really want to push the pawn forward in the middle because it does allow this black knight, which has been pretty useless throughout the game, to actually find a purpose. So actually, maybe if Ding is patient, maybe he should just move his queen one step up. Moving the queen up would get the queen away from the pressure of the black bishop. It would also prevent this black knight from moving forward.
He's played it.
It's a nice move.
Yeah, that's
just
a
so
classic
easy.
Ding move here.
Yeah.
He's played this move several times in this game already.
He's played that queen go backwards and forwards. This
Yeah,
worked
he's really
incredibly
patient.
well. Yeah.
It's amazing.
All right, look at Gukesh, you guys. He is shaking. Look at his chair. Nerves, huge issue now for the young Indian fighting to save this game.
12 minutes as well. And
I'm calling it.
Ooh.
I believe
Time.
that Ding will win this game.
Oh my gosh.
No.
Wow.
I'm so nervous for him though, because I feel like you can mess this up. Isn't this a position you can mess up, Ludvig?
With so many pieces on the board.
It's hard.
But he's got the two bishops. He's got the central control. He's got the better placed rooks. The black pawn in the middle is a potential weakness. Like it's supposed to be impossible to mess up, even though you don't even have an extra pawn. It is possible to mess up.
Yeah.
I just don't think Ding is going to do it, and especially considering that Gukesh, he's struggling to survive, but still is very low on time. So the chance of Gukesh just collapsing here is also very high.
Ding Liren. Everyone was curious to see the mentality he would come into the World Chess Championship with. He's been struggling so much since he became world champion in 2023. He's been struggling with his confidence. He's been struggling with his games. People were saying Gukesh was a massive favorite heading into the World Chess Championship match. But here he is, Ding Liren. He is about to make a comeback to tie the match with 2 games to go, and we might see tie breaks to decide the World Chess Championship match 2024, where everyone is also saying that Ding will be a favorite, better in faster time controls than Gukesh. But this match, it's giving us drama. It's giving us ups and downs and twists and turns. And here is another turn.
I'm also worried that Magnus, he predicted that Ding will crumble. And I feel like so far this has been an amazing game by Ding. But I'm still kind of worried that he's like in the last moments. Because I'm rooting for tie breaks. I'm rooting for the maximum amount of chess right now.
I know.
And I'm just worried that like Ding will mess up suddenly now at the end. Because I see how nervous he is.
Yeah.
It is paining me to watch both of them.
Yeah.
Like they both seem so anxious and nervous, and I can't imagine what it's like.
The pressure right now. Wow. Jon Ludvig. Oh, yeah, there we are. Jon Ludvig, to play this position with everything that is at stake, with the clocks ticking, how easy is it to sort of make mistakes to second guess yourself, to not play your intuition, to, I don't know, to let the nerves get to you, basically?
I wouldn't really know.
You played
Because the
big games
World
in your life.
Championship, that's a completely different thing. And even Gukesh, who's one of the top players in the world, even he didn't kind of fully understand or realize how much the moment, the occasion was going to get to him. And he lost the first game of this match. And you don't fully understand it until you're sitting in the chair.
Yeah.
And I think that's why Magnus was more positive to Ding's chances than pretty much everyone else. Because Magnus knows what it feels like to be in the World Championship for the very first time. And I think any reasonable person would look at Ding's performances over the past year and a half and say that this guy shouldn't stand a chance. But Magnus knew that Ding has the experience. He's been there, done that before, and having the experience of these high pressure moments could give him a chance. And yeah, it does seem now that Ding, without really doing anything extraordinary, just by piling on the pressure and never trading pieces in the opening, that was so key.
Yeah.
He managed to get an opening without any early trades and early clarifications. That has enabled him to basically just blow Gukesh off the board.
Wow.
And now he just needs the finishing touches. But, you know, you don't take that for granted. You got to stay focused till the end.
And 8 minutes on his clock now, Gukesh. 8 minutes to make 16 moves. That means 30 seconds is all he has for each move.
Yeah, I think Gukesh really only has one move here. I also kind of checked the engine evaluation
Should I put it up?
when deciding whether or not there was any chance of
F6.
Ding surviving this. F6.
Yeah.
And we have a move. We have a
Doesn't
move.
play that.
Okay.
Wow.
You play something
Knight
else.
moves back. The knight is so poorly placed in front of its own pawn. He's so desperate. He's giving away the rook. Wait, what? Can the knight not just move forward now and take
Yes,
a rook?
it can.
Is that a blunder?
Is that a blunder?
I think the only problem with Ding's position is he has too many good moves here.
Wow.
That does win the exchange, clearly. There's nothing stopping
The
that.
rook is trapped. What is Gukesh doing?
Wow, it's tricky anyway, yeah.
I'll hit it, and then we'll just say, sorry, we made a blunder by hitting the blunder button.
That's incredible. Surely Gukesh has seen this.
Look at Gukesh now. Oh,
Did he give away that rook on purpose?
Yeah, I think so. I think he realizes his position is so bad that he's trying just to keep it alive in whatever way. I think he realizes, okay, I'm going to lose the exchange, but if I lose the exchange, I can hold on a bit longer. All my other options are terrible. He would have seen knight a7, surely.
I don't know.
well, the top computer move is definitely moving that knight.
No, it's not.
Wow.
Oh, no, it's not, actually. It just changed, actually. It's moving the pawn.
Is going on? So if you move the pawn one step forward in the center of the board, which is now being recommended,
Yeah.
the idea is that if this pawn is captured, that opens up through the center of the board. I don't like this at all.
For
Ding.
Uh-huh.
I could get a free rook and I get this instead. Oh, but the idea is, I guess, maybe the bishop. So the bishop takes, and now both these bishops, this is what Simon's been saying the whole game. Both the bishops are pointing in the same direction, and you can't keep everything safeguarded over here.
So what do you prefer now? Moving?
Well, I still like, there's a free rook. I kind of like taking the rook.
Ding thinking.
F3 is quite a hard move to find as well. I mean, F3 is a little bit murky when you can just take this rook. I think maybe Gukesh's decision is quite crafty. It's like saying, okay, you take my rook, the game's going to go on. While Ding might be looking at finishing this game quickly before the time control, and he can sort of hold on a bit longer. Maybe Ding wants something quicker than just grabbing a rook. Maybe he wants to really just like, okay, I want to kill this game off.
And there is a point here made in the chat from Mihai. The rook is already useless, so might as well sack it. And that must be a good
very
point.
good point.
Yeah,
the rook
it
is in prison.
Yeah, maybe he.
So it wasn't a blunder. He did do this on purpose. Simon has convinced me he did this on purpose.
See, this is the move I would have played here.
And Ding doesn't even take the rook.
What?
Oh, look at
Ding
the bar
just
now.
continues pushing his pawn forward in the center of the board because now he had the opportunity to push that pawn without the black knight ending up in the center of the board. And now Gukesh responds instantly with his queen one step forward. But despite not taking the rook, Ding still has an incredible position, maybe even a better position than he had previously. Because now the queen is coming into the center of the board, right?
Many tempting moves here.
Ooh, queen up here on the edge also.
Gotta watch the pawn.
I'm
Ooh, that's very nice.
I'm so stressed on their behalf right now.
There's no way he's messing this up.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
No, there's no chance.
no chance. I mean,
No chance.
I like this knight b8 move by Gukesh. I think practically speaking, this was a brilliant idea. I mean, it might not work out. It probably won't work out, but it's making Ding play non-automatic moves. That last move in the middle, it looks very sensible, but he's got to polish his game off now and there's no forcing way to do that. He's got to find the right moves. He should find the right moves, but I mean, with the pressure, I think there's still a chance he can mess this up.
Ooh. 12 minutes left on his clock. Ding Liren fighting to make a comeback. He still has to make 14 moves.
So the only thing we're really scared of is this black knight that currently was moving backwards. But if this one can get into the heart of white's position, that would be concerning. And Gukesh is planning to make that happen through a 3-move plan. So then the question becomes, can we prevent that plan from materializing?
I mean, also, can you just force the issue here? I mean, like, it is getting to that stage where I just want to force the issue. Can I just push in the middle and go, have some of that? Literally. I just want to, like, kill the game. I'm so sure Ding does. I mean,
pawn
and he
forward
does.
in the middle.
He plays a move.
Yeah, and he does go for Simon's move. Gukesh then would need to move this pawn up, and he does. Gukesh is playing instantly now, but he's playing instantly because he frankly has no good moves.
Good practical way to play. If you've got a bad position, put your opponent under pressure, play instantly, look confident. And white's pawn in the middle of the board is absolutely fantastic. Even, but you've got to finish this off. Black's knight.
I like
come
pawn
in.
to g4. Okay.
He's thrown the knight into the game.
The knight comes in, attacks the rook. So this time the knight does want to take the rook. And this time Gukesh doesn't want the rook to be captured. So Gukesh moves the rook out of the way. I don't understand what Ding accomplished by moving that knight forward, though.
No.
I like this move, pawn to g4, but maybe not anymore.
I mean, he can grab the pawn in the middle of the board.
Oh.
This.
Oh.
There's a free pawn in the middle.
And try to get a rook to the 7th rank. This is...
Yeah, no, I'm stupid. That
The rook
free
was
pawn
defending it, so he removes the defender of that pawn.
Yeah, and also if one of the white rooks can get, it's very famous, to the 7th rank, attacking the queen, that would get rid of the blockade. The queen is blockading white's pawn. Try to move the black queen away. So
I don't even need to do anything with a blockade if I'm up a pawn, right?
Yeah. And you're attacking. Rook, bishop takes h6 as a threat. This is the kind of rubbish move I see in positions like this. Completely irrelevant, but...
No, it's very relevant.
Because if knight c6, bishop h6. This is one way...
It's very relevant. Opening up in front of king with both the rook and queen pointing towards that black king.
Oh, wow.
The bar says 4.6 advantage for Ding. That is a huge advantage. Massively better.
And it would not be that high if he had taken the rook.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a much I think, nicer way to play. Actually, he's
Great
played
practical decision from Ding.
Yeah.
Avoiding the rook and instead just improving the positioning of all his pieces.
And keeps avoiding clarifying anything. This game has just been like lasting forever with all of these threats, and he's never really like converting it. But now Gukesh down to 7.5 minutes. Ding, less than 10 minutes. I sent out a notification, and I hope it will arrive in time.
Oh,
Yeah.
If bishop takes e4, there's not mass exchanges and rook c6. No, that's not working, is it? I'm just
Ooh,
trying
yeah,
to,
no, there is a trap here.
there is a trap. Yeah, I'm just trying to see, why is he not taking the pawn immediately? And,
So bishop takes bishop. Bishop takes, rook takes. So here,
Yeah.
Ding has won a pawn, but then rook takes knight, exploits the fact that there's now an undefended white rook. The white pawn can capture the rook, but then the queen captures white's rook, and now Gukesh actually has an extra knight, although that's not very significant because this pawn just continues its journey and becomes a new queen.
By the way, he's played it. He's played
Played
bishop
the
takes
pawn.
e4.
He's taken the pawn. He's leading with the pawn now.
And Gukesh playing very quickly. Again, Gukesh playing the best practical chances he can. Keep the pressure on your opponent, because if you get to move 40 and it's a similar position, I think Gukesh will resign. You know,
Really?
I just think he'll be like, okay, this is the end. So he's trying, he's got 10 moves, Gukesh, to messy the waters here. And I like his move.
Yeah, he's trying to move his knight into the middle to blockade the white rooks.
And there's a knight, I think, on...
Okay, Ding makes a move.
Yeah. What did Ding play here? So...
Was it the queen?
He played the bishop back.
Uh-huh.
The bishop to
So
g2.
he's just preserving his bishop. He feels like, I have the two bishops working together. I don't want you, if you're not going to trade for it, I don't want you to get the opportunity to change your mind later on.
Also, what a quality move, because if black now throws the knight into the middle, you lose control of the 7th rank. And as well as the pawn, look at that rook, though. I love this rook move. Coming in and destroying the queen there. The queen doesn't really have anywhere useful to go. So a very controlled move by Ding.
Not only about preserving the bishop, but also opening up for the rook.
Another move from Gukesh. He moves the rook over. 9 moves to make. They're both short time. Mistakes can still occur here.
That's true. That's true. Ding Liren fighting to make a comeback in the match.
I still like this pawn push now.
Yep.
Pawn to g4. I like this. It restricts the movement of the black bishop. But it also kind of weakens the area around white's king. Maybe unnecessary.
All Ding has
What
to do
about
is
the bishop back?
bishop back.
Can we move the bishop back? That would control the square Gukesh is trying to jump into.
Yeah, that's a lovely move, actually. Attacking another pawn.
And that is
How do you even defend that pawn?
That's a really nice move. Moving the bishop back.
top computer move. You found it.
Yeah.
Good job, you guys. We have amazing experts.
Did Ding fight it? No.
No.
Not yet, anyway.
But when your time's getting this low as well, 9 moves, you can make
It's the
mistakes.
most
Has he
obvious
played it?
move in the position.
He's moved the knight. Also a good move, I think.
Okay.
Okay, the knight returns from its adventure. The knight was immediately captured by Gukesh.
And he takes...
And he takes with the pawn. The pawn comes in, kicks the black knight out of its position. Gukesh is going to resign. Gukesh is going to resign. The queen is attacking another pawn. The rook is invading along the middle of the board. I find it difficult that Gukesh is going to play this on for much longer. Unless he's able to take out the most forward white attacking pawn, Gukesh will resign soon. He's not going to resign now, though. He's going to move his knight forward in the center of the board.
But this is very easy. You go queen takes pawn, rook e7 against pretty much everything. Rook e7. Just bang it in.
Ooh, Simon Williams. I thought that with my knight, I had prevented the rook from coming in here. But Simon plays it anyway. The idea being that if the knight captures the rook, the pawn takes back, and the pawn attacks both the rooks in return.
Wow.
Very nice, Simon. And because of that, Gukesh goes in a different direction. He moves the knight back instead. Ding still captures the pawn. Gukesh uses his rook to attack the white queen, but now Ding has the bishop pair. He has the control of the open file in the middle. He has 2 extra pawns, and he can now move his queen forward as well, completely restricting the movement of the black queen, coming in with his rook on the next move.
Oh my goodness.
We are going to see a tied match with 2 to go.
Wow.
This is amazing.
Incredible comeback by Ding this.
Incredible comeback by Ding. He is about to win
He
game
moves the queen
12.
back. Should also be good enough.
Getting ready to move the rook to that square.
Queen is keeping pawns protected. And like Simon said, rook is coming in.
I am typing as fast as I can.
Yeah, good job, Maud. Good job. Clock is ticking
And now
for
if
Gukesh.
the
5
rook
minutes
tries
left.
to prevent White's rook from coming in, he's going to do it anyway in the style of Mr. Simon Williams.
Wow.
Here he comes.
Look at that. Gukesh is looking at the position. He is losing this game after winning and taking the lead in the match yesterday. Game 12 is looking very likely to go to Ding Liren. They still have a few more moves to make before they hit move 40 and get additional time. Do you think it will be over before? They will probably play until.
I think they're going to play until move 40 just because of the time situation. I think Gukesh will probably resign if it stays like this at move 40. Because
The rook comes in, attacking the queen. The queen has to move, but now free to move the pawn forward. The pawn is 2 steps away from becoming a new queen.
And the bar says 5.9, massively better. If you click on it in the Take app, it now says 6. The advantage is 6, which means massive advantage for Ding winning.
The pawn pushes forward. The rook moves to attack the white queen. The pawn 1 step away from becoming a new queen, but it's also inside Gukesh's territory.
Is Rookie 8 working here? I'm always looking for these stupid wins when you could play something very nice.
Oh, that is beautiful.
But it might finish it off.
Beautiful move. Rook to e8, ignoring the threat against the queen to focus on getting your pawn in to becoming a new queen instead. Oh, he didn't find it.
He didn't play it.
But that looked incredible, Simon.
Oh my.
But he's keeping control well. And what did he do? Did he move his queen to...
He moved his queen away.
Queen
He's
to
playing
E3.
patiently as
Queen
he's done
moved
the whole
away.
game.
The rook moves into an attacking position.
And now there must be a false win here.
And look at Gukesh. He is shaking. Look at his chair. He is so nervous. He knows he is losing this game.
But Ding had a good opportunity there to just finish it off. Now it's a little bit trickier. With a white pawn is being attacked by multiple black pieces.
They're both very nervous. Ding nervous as well. He's only got a couple of moves to make. He can still blunder in this position. Black's got a little bit of activity now with that rook coming into the 7th rank. I mean,
Gukesh is also ready to use his bishop to attack the pawn.
you need to find a finish around here just to get this game done with.
I
And
feel
it
like
was
he
4
had
minutes.
a huge opportunity on the previous move, like Simon pointed out.
He's only 4 minutes left now.
Maybe bishop f1 is just winning to kick that queen away from
Bishop
the square.
back attacking the queen. The queen will then start an attack against the king.
Then I go
Maybe it's
rook
good,
eight.
but it feels, you know, a bit risky.
Okay, he comes in with the bishop, I think. Similar idea. He wants this rook e8 move. The bishop's on.
Bishop move looks good. The bishop cannot be attacked.
This looks great.
This looks fantastic. It's over.
Must be over.
It's a great move.
Good move, yeah.
Gukesh in move 38. 4 minutes left on his clock. He is shaking. His chair is shaking. The
Ding.
18-year-old who had a massive performance yesterday to take the lead in the match. He's about to lose his lead. The match is
He's
about
going to
to
have
be
to
tied.
resign now.
I think we're going to see a load of relief on Ding's face after this game. He hasn't lost the World Championship title yet. He's going to win this game. It's going to be all even with 2 games to go. Gukesh, White in the next game. What a finish to the
Huge
World
comeback
Championships.
by Ding Liren. And Gukesh is desperately looking if there is anything, a trap, I don't know. Or is he now just
It's over.
getting used to the thought?
It's over. I think Gukesh is going to have to resign here. 3.5 minutes remaining. He's looking for a save, but none exist.
Yeah. The only thing I can see is if black moves the F-pawn, but I mean, it
If
is
the
over.
pawn moves forward, then you sacrifice your rook in a different way.
Very nice. Oh, very nice.
3 minutes and 18 seconds left for Gukesh to make it to move 41. But Jon Ludvig Hammer in the studio thinks he will resign before that.
He
He
does
makes the
move the
move.
pawn forward, and now a
Played it.
rook sacrifice from Ding to finish the game.
Will he play rook takes pawn?
Yes,
He
he
has.
will.
He's played
And
it.
resigns on the board. Let's go.
Handshake in Singapore. Ding Liren wins the game. Ding,
What a move.
ding, ding. What a
What a
game.
game.
What a comeback from Ding Liren. Heartbreak for young Gukesh. They are tied in the match. We have a big battle in Singapore after 12 games. The score is 6-6. They are tied. We will definitely see 14 games. And we might see tiebreaks to decide the world champion. What a comeback by Ding Liren. Simon, how impressed are you with the Chinese world champion?
Never in doubt. Always had confidence in Ding. No, he played brilliantly. I mean, after yesterday's game, where he was better and he lost, you know, the World Championship title was going away from him. Poor old Gukesh. Gukesh has got to bounce back for that. It's still anyone's competition. They're both equal with 2 games to go.
Yeah.
Gukesh is now maybe in a trickier position. But he's a strong lad. It could just go either way. But Ding's play today, fantastic.
Yeah.
He kept his cool. He kept really in reserve this key move in the middle of the board. He just gained the position, and it got better and better as he went on. Brilliant game from him.
We could see here that Gukesh, he was simply devastated by the result. He needs some minutes here in the chair. Heartbreak for the 18-year-old Indian. But he has to remember the score is tied. He is not down in the match. He is tied with Ding Liren in the World Chess Championship match. Jon Ludvig, what is your reaction to game 12?
It's such a fascinating game because, like Maud said, there was not like a clear move that Ding did that was good. It was more about how he kept the tension, always kept Gukesh kind of struggling to find a good plan, and waiting to play his final breakthrough with the pawn in the center of the board. And we always thought that when that pawn advanced, Gukesh had to capture it. But Ding managed to make the advance in a situation where capturing the pawn would not have been a good move. And that was the key to Ding today, just patience. Showcasing how you can go for the win, not by immediately going for the opponent's throat, but by giving them difficult middle game decisions to make and preserving the tension.
Exactly.
Yeah, very impressive.
The score is now 6-6. We will definitely see 14 games in Singapore. Tomorrow is a rest day, and then they have 1 game left each with the white pieces. If it's still tied after that, if they win 1 game each or if they draw both of those games, the World Championship match will be decided with tiebreak. Simon, who do you now hold as a favorite? Who do you think will win the World Championship match?
Don't ask me such questions.
I know, very difficult.
It's too hard to decide now. I mean, they're both showing so much heart. Gukesh yesterday with a brilliant win, and Ding today. I mean, loads of people keep doubting Ding, doubting him all the time. They're doubting him today. They thought it was over. And look at the way he played. He played a perfect game of chess. He played like the world champion. But then Gukesh is also playing fantastic chess. So I think it's just a toss of a coin.
Toss of a coin.
Toss of a coin to know who wins. Either of them could win. It's about the psychology. Gukesh has got to recover from that. I think he will. He's a very strong kid. And we're going to have 2 brilliant games.
Wow.
I think part of the excitement now is that a lot of people assume Ding is the favorite in quicker time controls because, frankly, he's playing better when he's lower on time. Ding is. But now for the final 2 games, if Gukesh believes the same thing, then he has to come out swinging, both with the white pieces. And I also think Gukesh, now that he's no longer leading the match, he's going to feel some kind of freedom for the final 14th game, where he might think, you know what? I'm not just going to think I'm going to defend as black. I want to create chances for myself to actually take Ding down in the classical portion. So I just think this back and forth with the blows has really... It's devastating for Gukesh losing his lead like this, but it also creates a better entry into the final two games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's talk mentality here. First, Gukesh. So we talk about Gukesh. The fact that he loses today, and now again sort of has, if we keep thinking that he really wants to avoid tie breaks, he knows he needs to win a game. So for him now to do what he did yesterday, to use the rest day tomorrow to get ready for another big fight like that, and also after playing such a long match, fatigue must become an issue at some point here. I mean, take us inside Gukesh's head, Ludvig. What is it like for him now getting ready for game 13?
I think it's very difficult for him at this point, because he's going to be so disappointed. He lost his lead. He's going to be a little bit nervous about the rapid tiebreakers, although I expect him to be less nervous than the rest of the world, because he probably has way more belief in his own ability for the quicker time controls than what is the general consensus among the pundits. I think you have to believe in your own abilities just to be at this level, at this stage. But yeah, no, this is a massive blow. And even yesterday, there were some opportunities for Ding to have the better position. And I think in the match overall, Ding has played better than Gukesh, I think. Gukesh has shown incredible heart and fight going away from draws where Ding has been very peacefully inclined. But at the same time, we have had more situations where Ding had the advantage than we have had situations where Gukesh had the advantage. So Gukesh needs to both overcome this mental hurdle, which is a big problem, and then he also needs to actually just... He needs to play a bit better. I'm very surprised at the level Ding has shown. He's played better in this match than he has played at any point since he got the World Championship title. There's no doubt about that. And at the same time, Gukesh has not been able to show the same level that he did in the qualifier to this event. If Gukesh plays to the level that he did when he qualified in competition with Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, I think he will still win this match. But we haven't seen that. We haven't seen Gukesh at his best. And that is such a sad thing for a player also, because Gukesh has got to be feeling this himself, and he's got to be upset that he's not able to show his best game in the occasion that matters the most.
Yeah. But big point here made in the chat by Virix Gems. The kid is only 18. And I think that's a huge point for two reasons. One, I mean, he's here. He's fighting to become a world champion. It's impressive no matter what happens. And the fact that he's won 2 games, you know, incredible stuff by
He's
Gukesh.
the number 5 ranked player in the world
at only
18
years old. It's just incredible. But I'm thinking also, it's a good thing maybe. Isn't it, when you're younger, when you're a kid still, or a teenager at least, isn't it easier maybe to get over losses, to be optimistic about the future, to look at your chances?
I think that's true as a 10, 11, 12, 13-year-old to some degree. that you're too inexperienced in life to kind of understand the biggest disappointments. But at this point, and also like Gukesh is not your ordinary 18-year-old.
100%.
An ordinary 18-year-old would not be playing the World Chess Championship.
Yeah.
And maybe in this case, being mature, as mature as he is, may not kind of work in his favor, because then, like all other adults, he kind of, he feels the pressure of the moment.
Kevin saying Ding went beast mode. He is so good. And Ding's mentality then, Simon, after having gone through what he has and really struggled with his confidence, and the fact that he doesn't crumble like so many people thought would be possible for him to do now, he comes back. He wins a fantastic game. How impressive is that?
I mean, amazing. It was an amazing performance today. And I think even throughout the whole competition, I mean, he's maybe had more chances than he's shown. He should probably be up on points now. And Gukesh has got to remember that. Gukesh has got to remember the positives at this moment. He's got to remember, well, what's gone his way and forget about the things not gone his way. And look, I've got white tomorrow. He's got to think those things. But Ding should be taking a load of confidence. When, you know, if he plays like he did today, he outplayed Gukesh. You know, he played brilliant chess. Gukesh never had any chances today. He kept his cool and he put the ball in the back of the net at the end. You know, he didn't freak out. He kept calm and he played great. So I think Ding will be very happy going into the rest day.
Yeah.
Very relaxed and very happy. But he's got to keep that level up. And he only showed that level when he was behind. He's got to play that way in the next 2 games to win this. And Gukesh has got to come back. I don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be fun.
It's going to be fun. Wow. The match is tied, you guys, after 12 games. And we definitely will see 14 games in Singapore. Tomorrow is a rest day. Simon, you're going back. Thank you so much for hanging out with us
Thank you for
here.
having me. Yeah. I'll be down the good night later. Having a drink. So, I think. But, yeah, thank you. Cheers.
Great having you here, Simon.
Cheers.
Are we going to do the checkmate?
Yes,
Oh, yes, please.
This should be an easy one.
This one is pretty easy. Because the rook sacrificed itself, after which Gukesh resigned. The reason he resigned is that even though the king captures the rook, giving Gukesh an extra rook momentarily, this also opened up for the bishop to capture black's rook and put a check to the black king. The king can take the bishop, so now Gukesh has an extra bishop. But the problem is this has cleared out the bottom rank, allowing the pawn to get in and become the queen it always deserved to be.
Wow.
The king will run away, but frankly, 2 queens working together against the king, it's no match for the queens. And the queens work together for a checkmate on the black king.
Oh, there it is, you guys.
There were several checkmates as well. Like, it's very cool. So this is very cool. Maybe I'll add a picture of this, Ludvig, to the app so that you can see the final position.
I love that.
In the app. I've posted a picture of Gukesh offering his hand. He's pretty upset, it can seem like.
Yeah.
Oh.
Kind of pains me to post that picture.
Well, it's heartbreak for Gukesh today, the 18-year-old, but it's not over. He is tied with the world champion in the World Chess Championship match with 2 games to go. Tomorrow is a rest day, and we will be back on Wednesday with game 13, where Gukesh will have the white pieces. I think we all need a rest day tomorrow because this is intense, and especially the 2 players. They're going to need the rest tomorrow before the World Chess Championship match will be decided in game 13, 14, or in tie breaks. Remember to look out for the post-game show today with Magnus Carlsen, Levi Rødsmoen, and maybe a surprise guest in one as well. We'll be back here on Wednesday with game 13. And to all of you at home, thank you for hanging out with us. And we'll see you again on Wednesday. Bye.